It's our 5th meeting.
That's good. We're not even to April yet.
I know. I think that's good too. Okay, so Jill took care of sending out an agenda to everybody yesterday. We just kind of looked at the spreadsheet and went based off that, although there was one variation. We have the kind of revisit from last year topic of professional development, and Jill and I discussed that it'd probably be helpful for Dr. Gonzer to be here, so I reached out to her and asked her to be on call today, but she is away, I think, at a conference. And so we're going to have to, I gave her the next 2 dates and asked her to please hold those on her calendar. But certainly, I guess if we wanted to and had time today, if there was anything specific in terms of prep for her or information we wanted, we could talk about that today, or certainly, Jill, you could send that to me in bulleted, like, we think it'd be helpful to have this information. I'd be happy to pass that along to her. And so the first thing I think we had for today was the issue of prep time, which is NEA-Shawnee mission issue number 3. And we should have the issue statement in our shared folder.
No, sorry. Yes, so NEA-Shawnee mission number 3. I'm getting some things open here. Do we want to go ahead and put that up on the screen? Would that be good? Yes? No? Okay. Put some stuff down. All right. Boardroom. I'm like, close all the tabs I don't want you to see. Just kidding.
I know, it's always kind of vulnerable having your screen be the one that's up.
Okay, that's pretty small. Let's make that bigger. Okay. Yes, so the way that we wrote our issue statement was, how do we ensure teachers have adequate time to prepare and provide effective instruction? And issue focus, I'm trying to remember how much we talked about this on, what day was that? Thursday before spring break, or like a week before spring break. So one thing is about elementary schools, and during the beginning of our pandemic time, we had students arriving and going straight to their classrooms at 7:50, whereas we used to have them go to the classrooms at 8. And I know it's about 10 minutes, but that is some crucial time in the morning for teachers to, last minute prep things. So yeah, we'd like to just discuss making it kind of a uniform time. And I know this is like definitely a, what's the word, a solution, but that was one of the issues. Secondary student support hour. So when we were going from teaching 6 classes to teaching 5, several teachers have a student support hour now. And just discussing what that looks like. And then I didn't type this in there last time, but also the middle school mascot hour and kind of what that entails in terms of prep. And then special ed student service minutes. That's kind of like caseloads. I still, even though we've been doing this for a while, I still feel kind of new at like focusing, and the way to structure it properly.
Well, I think starting with kind of breaking out that there are 3, separate things to address related to the issue is good. And I think we need to kind of frame and focus one at a time, whichever one you guys feel like you want to start with.
Can you kind of tell us the story of like, how these issues like come to you guys? Because I think that background is helpful,
Yeah.
just sort of like the comments and feedback that you hear. I'm sure that's pretty much captured in the sub things. That might help.
Specifically the elementary, it has to do, it's kind of like, it's something that came up from COVID, because before, students wouldn't directly report. They would report like to the multi-purpose room or the cafeteria, and then when COVID hit, we couldn't have that grouping. And so it was kind of understood that it was going to be a temporary, short-term.
And there are schools that have gone ahead and pushed it back to 8, so students don't come into the classroom till 8.
I know at my school, the principal sends out, I've gotten like 3 all parent emails that say, please do not drop your kids off before 8. So there's that reminder there, and they always say 8 is great, 8 is great, it's 8 to 8:10. So I, as a parent, just in my corner.
Wonderful.
Have gotten many reminders about that.
That's great.
I can barely make it there by 8, so the early arrival time is confusing to me, but I guess some parents are on the ball, ready to get rid of their kids.
I don't know what
at
that's like.
7:50.
Some of the issue too is like at my school, more students eat breakfast than not. So trying to feed about 300 kids breakfast and before 8:10 when you can't put them in a mass group is a challenge, is an understatement.
So can we put them in a mass group now, though, that like our COVID restrictions have been?
So it's still recommended that you cohort as to the greatest extent possible. I mean, that's still the recommendation at this point if you look at the current mitigation plans. So that
Okay.
we still do try, like kids still eat in assigned lunch spots and kids still eat in assigned breakfast spots and stuff like that.
We're having an all-school pep assembly coming up soon, so kind of contradicts that.
Aren't we saying, though, that this is when, I'm not going to say it, but when we do kind of move beyond these mitigations?
Yeah, I was just pointing out that it was more than just like, that's great that 8 o'clock works, but at our school, telling we can't, or like, please don't drop off before 7:45, because that's when we start breakfast.
But
I was
that-
just trying to add to the complexity.
Yeah.
of
And
it.
that's, but that, can I ask for clarification? That's still pandemic related?
No, I think that's because
Breakfast?
at her school, there's a ton of kids that come to school
No,
to
but
eat
I mean,
breakfast.
now I assume, do they eat breakfast in the room, classroom?
A lot of students do, yes.
Yeah, so prior to the pandemic,
They did
kids
not.
would be in cafeteria and somebody would supervise. So we understand that
Yeah.
this change may not be possible while we're still having to follow that mitigation plan. I think we're just talking,
So when you get to solutions, you may end up having a pre-mitigation plan, like what's the solution now under what we have to work with? And then you may also think about then if it changes, but you don't really know, does there need to be a solution or will things go back? But if we frame and focus a little bit more, can we talk about those 10 minutes? Is it every teacher is it every teacher, is it some teachers, is it every day that they're going to miss that 10 minutes? How is it impacting them?
I think it came up as well because, and I get that every building has different needs, but from building to building, some kids aren't going to class until 8 o'clock, and there are others where they are going to class at 7:50. So just across the district, there's not a lot of consistency. And then just to note in there that 7:50 is like teacher report time, and we all try to get there before 7:50, not right on the dot, but you could potentially have a teacher just walking in the door as kids are walking in the door.
That's contract start time is 7:50?
Yes.
The idea being you get there 10 minutes before your students get there, sit down mentally, get ready for the day.
Or help 1 or 2 kids. And
Okay.
Maybe go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a tough thing because we want to follow mitigation protocols and all that. But it's a really important time of the day when you're settling in, opening your computer, turning everything on, putting stuff away, getting materials out. And but there's also students in there that you need to supervise or check on, or, it just kind of makes it feel very probably rushed and
Chaotic.
It's chaotic, yeah.
and
How is-
our teachers that teach younger levels, if you teach a 4th, 5th, 6th grader, maybe third grader, they can sit down and entertain themselves. But when it's kindergarten, you have to pretty much have something for them hands-on to do when they come, so.
What was the breakfast administration? What did that look like before COVID?
They did, I mean, we used our cafeteria because we could put more than, how many, 72 kids in the cafeteria at once.
And they knew I just walk in and go to the cafeteria and that's where I get breakfast.
Yeah. I will say, the building historically, when I work at there, has always been some teachers that provide supervision starting at 7:50. It just wasn't in the classroom.
Okay.
Well, and it was kind of rotational, normal, any building I've been in pre-COVID, it was like a rotation. You had, you knew every Monday you had gym duty or breakfast duty or whatever. It's not every day of the week.
I was going to say the same thing. I think that's probably the practice, that we try to rotate who's doing those supervisions so that it's not one person, that we all take a little bit of the
And I think that's a
responsibility.
much different. And I think it appropriately, because we do that too,
Right,
at the high school,
level.
versus every single one.
So on the
I
elementary.
do supervision every day, so some of us do it.
You're different.
So on the elementary level, when you say it's inconsistent, so when you all start to move to, first we should capture interest. You've kind of said them, and there are a lot of assumed interest, I think, that are probably pretty valid, but we should capture them. But when we do move to solutions, do you need to drill down on where this is happening, or is it happening everywhere? I'm a little confused about the inconsistent comment.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably survey our membership to find out which schools, I mean, is that what you're wanting to know, which schools?
Well, I don't know, I just feel like when you're thinking about solution, maybe I'm getting ahead myself, but
Abby?
is it a one fixed solution, or are there going to be different solutions depending on what's happening in different schools?
Was this a practice, a common practice at 8 o'clock for every school?
No, it's a COVID thing.
So, I mean, but it was pre-COVID. It was common for every student at 8 to report to the cafeteria, and then they would go start class at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay,
That's helpful.
so
Every
then
building and everything.
that's fine. So then it's probably fairly reasonable to expect that when the mitigation process is over, that it would go back to business as usual. Do you think that's fair in speaking for?
That's my assumption.
Okay,
That's what we discussed in my building, so.
okay. I mean, I don't see this one as a major scenario. I just wanted to make sure this was a common practice at all of the elementary schools, pretty much, pre-COVID. So this was a COVID.
As far as I know.
As far as you know. So maybe we could look into finding out if that was, and if that was the case, I'm not trying to jump the gun on this,
Yeah.
but I really think that this is a pre-COVID, once the mitigation factors are done, we would go back to the same practices that we did before.
And we may need communication on that, right? Like before the beginning of the school year or something that goes out to every elementary principal with guidance
And so that may be your no-brainer post-mitigation solution. It's going to solve itself.
I guess I'd like to know if it was a current practice. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. It's hard for you to speak for every single elementary, but I guess it would be nice to know if all of the elementaries, if that was the common practice. If it was, I don't see anybody having a problem going back to the
Yeah, I think I've
pre-COVID
worked at 6
process.
buildings, and that's always been the practice, so.
Is there any way we could find that out, best
Well-
practice on that?
That's great.
I guess I'd also submit that, I mean, we have a responsibility, would be an interest of ours, I think, to supervise kids, properly supervise kids, and we do have 32, 34 individual elementaries, and they all have different needs. I mean, your need's different than Briarwood's.
Correct,
So,
which is why I think we got to gather that information.
I don't know, applying a universal, uniform
So-
practice is,
So there you go. Let's jump back to interest,
Yeah.
so that as you start to problem solve, you can test it against the interest, right? Because maybe waiting for that solution won't meet the interest of safety and supervision, but let's capture those interests. Who's typing? Is that you, Lindsay? Okay, so Mike kicked it off there. If we can just get those no-brainer or not so no-brainer interest out, so then as you do look at your solution options, we can make sure you're meeting those interests or not harming one. I think, Mike, you said supervision of kids and safety, supervision of kids' safety. What else, guys? And is supervision just about safety?
Well, from an issue statement, we do have language in the agreement now that talks about supervision before and after school. And it's, I'm paraphrasing, but is teachers could be on duty to supervise the coming and going of students. It doesn't address supervision within your own classroom. So I understand that we have to be mindful of keeping kids safe, but there are some kids, when I was at East, that would be dropped off at 6:30 in the morning. There are kids at elementary schools that I guarantee you are waiting outside at 7:30 because their parents have to get to work. And so, where do you draw that line? And so that's just a little bit, we do address that in the agreement. I think that was a common practice prior to the pandemic that students didn't. Now, lots of times, different schools where my kids attended, they could be in the building, but they would sit down, backs against the wall outside the classroom, starting at whatever time they opened it, 10 till. But there is P&A language about that.
I can read it, I found it. It's in Article 12, Professional Employee Work Schedule, Section A, which is titled Professional Employee Schedule. And it says, professional employees on the elementary level will be required to maintain a 7-hour, 40-minute per day work schedule. The superintendent shall annually establish the beginning and ending class schedule in each school in the district. The superintendent will likewise establish periods of time for each school before and after the class schedule during which professional employees must be on duty. So I'm guessing that's the 10 minutes before, and then what is it after school? 20 minutes.
Well, so there's technically 20 minutes from the time they report to the time class starts, 7:50 to 8:10. Is that right? Okay. And prior to the pandemic, students were coming into the classroom at 8. So you'd supervise them for 10 minutes and then you'd start whatever class.
So back on interest, guys, because I think that you're generating the things that are going to prepare you for solutions, but we're going to keep having to come back and have no interest to test it against.
Right.
Other than the important interest of supervision of children and safety, there are others. What are teacher interest? What are parent interest? What are, any other interest?
Feeling prepared for the day. I have an interest in teachers feeling prepared for the day, I guess.
Feeling and being, yeah.
Because you can feel prepared and not be.
Are there any other interest of any other school personnel that aren't in this room, but you're going to have to be mindful of as you look at solutions?
Support staff, a little bit.
Really just flexibility for principals to, ask teachers for what they need help with during the start of a contract day. So that's exactly the language, Linda. It says principals may require teachers to place themselves in designated areas for the purpose of supervising the coming and going of students. So
Correct.
And I think we've said it, but we want kids to be safe, for that the child doesn't have any control when they're in elementary school what time they get dropped off there unless maybe they walk on their own accord. So we have to be mindful, like Mike said, of safety and also I think from our perspective as an association, a little bit of equitable job responsibilities.
Say what you mean by that.
That in some schools, you do have that 10 minutes that you can count on, that you can come in, get your technology working, get materials ready to go, be ready set when kids do come in at 8 o'clock. And in other schools, you are literally on duty with kids your entire contract time.
Okay,
except
but
for
is
your
that
play period.
pre-pandemic, post-pandemic? Or, in other words, are we going to limit what we're talking about to this overall issue of those 10 minutes that most teachers are losing now because of the mandates? Or maybe there were problems before in terms of some issues not related to the mandates, but do you want to open the door to problem solve those unique or pre-pandemic situations, or just stick with
Well,
the
if
overall?
I can clarify just a little bit. I
Yes.
think the morning was always pretty established. Schools had procedures in place for what to do with students between 7:50 and 8 o'clock. By nature of the schools, if you are a school that has many more bus riders, your dismissal is going to take much longer than if you have walkers and a carpool line. And I don't think we can ever fix that. That's just the reality. But, so I think staff that work in those schools understand that. That's why the morning time becomes even more precious, because then literally you just have your planned period during your contract day to do what you need to do.
I have a question. In high school, we're having like 3 lunches, and that's like over 400 students in the lunchroom at one time. How can that not be allowed in elementary? Do you know what I mean? Like, I know we still have mitigation
I would never be able to fit
protocols.
400 kids in my lunchroom
Okay.
regardless of pandemic.
How many kids were you able to in the past?
And then I think you also have to think about, there's a big difference between having high schoolers who feed themselves, clean up after themselves, and 6-year-olds.
Right,
You know what I mean?
I guess
Like,
my
just-
question is, why can't we go back to the way it was pre-pandemic?
They can open their own milk.
Okay, some of them.
My question is, why can't the elementaries go back to the way it was pre-pandemic now? Like the way that high schools have?
I'm going to stop
middle
and say,
school.
don't, remember when we're going to brainstorm solutions?
Okay,
Let's come back and unpack each one at a time.
Sure, sure, sure.
Otherwise, we're going to start just saying, don't put it on the list because we don't think
Okay.
it'll work. That brainstorm solutions, then come back and unpack them.
Okay.
So I think that you had a solution that we didn't capture, maybe if you start solutions, Lindsay, and that was, know that the issue will resolve itself post-pandemic. That's one solution. Your solution is, go ahead if you finish that, go back to.
I guess I was under the impression that we were already lax on all the protocols. That's what it feels like in the high schools, in the middle of high schools. That like all the mitigation,
We do still
Techniques are
have a
done.
plan in place that goes through the end of the school year.
Okay.
Which we could look up. I'm not sure what it says about, eating or, food service at any grade level.
okay.
But I
So
do
I-
know the plan goes through the end.
So
of
I
the
use the
school
phrase
year.
mandate, I meant mitigations, because they're district mitigation, right?
Yeah.
So is your suggestion, can that piece of the mitigation process go away?
Yes,
Okay.
only because it feels like it has,
Or that's your possible
Already,
solution, I
yeah.
guess, okay. All
And I
right,
just, I think this issue will resolve itself post-pandemic, but I think last year this was also an issue, and we all thought next year we're going to be back to normal, and we weren't, and so now everyone's kind of on year 2 of like, yes, it's 10 minutes, but over 180 days, those 10 minutes really add up, and then 2 years of those 10 minutes adding up, I think that's really taking a toll on people.
so then under interest, an interest is to stop this cumulative effect of stress, whatever you want to call it.
Lost
So you-
time.
Are we on, I'm confused. Have we moved on to solutions?
We have, I just,
Okay.
when I hear interest,
Okay.
we'll back up and add them.
I have a solution that is not mine, but I think I heard it. Maybe thinking if we were to slip back into COVID, we could look at a daily supervision, maybe, by hallway, maybe kids, or as much as we can, separate in the breakfast, that we wouldn't need all staff there. I don't know what that looks like. I don't teach elementary, but maybe we could figure out a plan if we had to have kids back in the building at 7:50 for those breakfast needs policies. How many staff that would take or whatever, so it wouldn't be an everyday.
So like a location, cafeteria, and otherwise, hallway, and maybe a rotational
A
schedule?
rotation, so it wouldn't have to be an everyday supervision in your classroom.
That's what we do at McAuliffe. The older grades are in the gym, and so they're able to spread out. And then the younger grades sit in the hallways with their class outside their classroom doors. That's what we've done this year. Granted, we don't have, we still have breakfast eaters, but not a mass amount. But that's kind of the inconsistency piece of what I'm talking about. Like, I know my building specifically, kids aren't in the rooms until 8 o'clock.
So utilization of space outside the rooms with a rotation schedule
By building, because it's, I think, probably gonna,
by building.
one size won't fit all.
Are there other ideas that bubbled up for anybody as this discussion's been happening? And there may be not rushing. I just want to pull them forward because you're getting a list going here that you could start to see what might be feasible.
I think there could be, I don't know exactly how to word this, but at least at the elementary level, like we do have at least one building sub and some things like that. So I think there are some strategies where you could find ways to give time back to teachers. That's not in a traditional sense necessarily that first 10 minutes, but that's just something we try to do at our building. We're being aware of it. We try to give time back when we can. Either having like a teacher not have to do dismissal duty or, specialist teachers get to meet one time. So I think just thinking a little differently that maybe it not be 10 minutes, but different buildings can probably pull different staff to get time back.
And you may find some solutions that work together here in this list, I feel like. What else might be able to be done? What about where your kids are? I don't want to make it personal, but you
Sure,
raised that.
no, I just-
When you're getting these messages, 8 is great.
Yeah, the
So
principals.
is that a practice of the mitigation not being done there in that situation?
I'm sure that my school does not have a large number of students eating breakfast there.
Okay.
I'm positive of that. So that may be something where it's easier or the message is received better by that community to don't bring your kids until this time. But I'm sure my guess is that it came out of a supervision concern, right? Like we aren't prepared.
Yeah.
And if your kids enter the classroom, I might have a teacher standing out working the car line, not in their classroom, because we have all like exterior doors at that building and they're open. So I think that it goes back to the supervision interest of we're ready to have kids at certain time and when your kid just wanders in at 7:48.
Correct. And I'm not trying to simplify this too much. I just don't know why we're not going back to pre-COVID. Once our mitigation plan is over, we go back to what each school did before. Because this wasn't an issue before, so it would go back to what they
I think
previously
it
did.
was an issue in some places, but not universally.
So, but I think everyone in this room would agree that buildings have different cultures. They do things differently. We've got more eaters at this building. Students come different times. And we would go back to pre-COVID once the mitigation factor is over for the upcoming school year.
Well, that's what I was kind of clarifying. Is this issue being brought forward to just get back to, point A before the mitigations, while that may have not been perfect in every school? Or is this a larger issue of, solve the issues in schools where even pre-mitigation where it was problematic? Because that's going to be probably a deeper dive than just trying to get back to pre-mitigation, and may have been perfect, may not have been perfect, but it was what it was in different schools. Just get back to that point. I want to ask that question. And then also, I do want to point out the solution of just go back, I think is the first solution on our list. Do we have it down there, Lindsay? But what I want to do is get the most amount of possible solutions so that when you go back to look at criteria and which one or combination of ones could be pulled together, that there are a lot more on it than just that one. So we don't have to kind of decide yet. We're still generating ideas, if that makes sense.
I think when we say we want to go back, we want everyone going back to students come into the building at 8 o'clock, as far as going into the classroom at 8 o'clock. I don't care where, I think that's the crux of the problem, is you have affluence that allows you to have additional time, and then you have populations that have expanded needs, and their job is different. And we think all teachers, regardless of where you teach, need that 10-minute time to come in and make sure they're ready for the day. And with technology takes a while to get set up in the morning, especially if it happens to be a day when it's not working and you don't know that, and all of a sudden you have to make a lot of adaptations. And so I think from our elementary teachers, we want it to be consistent. I don't think it's right that the job is different. I think there's other ways we can resolve the issue of those 10 minutes and what happens with kids.
And to answer your question, I didn't hear from teachers about this issue until it became an issue because of pandemic. That's when I heard from teachers that, they were losing that beginning 10 minutes and feeling chaotic and rushed. I didn't hear about it prior to our mitigation factors. So I think what Joe is saying is, I'm on board with that. It could go back to the way that it was.
There would still be some, just so I understand, there would be like these infrequent or one day a week though that you might have to watch over students eating breakfast or
Right.
do the
And
car
that's-
line.
And that's how it was.
That's district-wide, grade level-wise. You have certain scheduled supervisions throughout the year, whether it be
Yeah.
bus duty or breakfast duty.
Got it.
Did you have some thoughts going there? I think Mike's getting ready to jump in, but were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to agree that I think the pointed focus is the concern during the mitigations of students in the classrooms at 8 o'clock. And so if we can focus on that piece of it, it's not the supervision issue, it's that they're in the classroom where the teacher's trying to get ready for the day. So if we can come up with post-mitigation options for those students to be in another location other than the classroom, I think that's a concern, if I'm hearing it correctly.
And I think, sorry.
Okay.
I think too, elementary is in person the longest with COVID. So I think some staff, including myself, have really felt this mitigation for a long time because remember we had kids in person and now we have all kids in person and that's even more challenging. So I think there is at least, at the very least, even if we just go back to how it was, just recognition that teachers and, all elementary staff, and I know staff across the board, but all elementary staff have had a lot asked of them to make in-person learning happen for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And I would agree, I agree with everyone that if we can move back to how we were doing it post-pandemic, I think that's ideal. I think all of our principals see this need to supervise our kids, but also do so in a fair and equitable way for our staff, and so that not everyone's burdened all the time, that we kind of spread it across. But to go back to maybe center to an interest too, I think we need to remind ourselves that we're here to service our families, right? We're here to service our families and our kids, and I know we all know that. But the decisions our principals are making, whether it's an 8 o'clock show at Westwood View or it's a 7:45 at Shawnee, those principals are making those decisions based on that community's needs and the services those kids need. So.
And I'll just go on record and saying I don't have certified staff helping at 7:45. I know that's not contract.
I also think,
I'm sorry, that was a little too
Real
fast.
quickly, wanted to throw that in.
What did you say again? You don't have.
I don't, because we do come before contract time, so we do have other staff like myself and our assistant principal and some classified
I
staff.
think-
And I'm sorry, just one more. I like our principals. I trust them in that they're not going to abuse that administrative right to make a decision, whether it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. They're going to make the best decision for that community while still keeping in mind that, listen, we understand teachers need to get settled, get ready for the day, and all those things as well.
I think something that just popped back in my head about this was initially the squeaky wheel on this was our specials, because the specials get asked a lot to cover during this time. And I think it's just something, to think about too, is like during the rotation, it's not just the specials teachers supervising, because I know that happens a lot.
So meaning if part of the solution is creating a rotation, you want to be sensitive to not overburden specials with those. And then Lindsay, can you add Mike's interest that he identified, that I think we just all thought was inherent in the nature of what you do, but the, surrounding communities, the family's needs in that neighborhood or that elementary school.
To add on to that, I might include your special education teachers Because you have some students with some highly specialized needs that need that individualized supervision when they arrive. And so a lot of times your special education staff may be asked in certain situations with certain students to work with that supervision upon arrival, and may not have any time before that first class session opens. So you've got to buy back some time for those special education teachers somewhere else in the day.
And so earlier, I think Linda used the phrase that I love to hear versus equal. She used the phrase equitable. So part of that is what's equitable for one teacher may not be for another based on their student population needs. Okay.
Job classification.
Is it time to scroll down and get our eyes on all the solutions that you've put out there? And start for you guys to generate, do what you do best. You start to pull things together and somehow make magic happen. But make sure that every solution that was raised is out there. Doesn't mean that it's up there yet. Remember, sometimes the solution that doesn't work will lead you to one that does, just through discussion. So I'm going to kind of be quiet, get out of your way, and let you see if you can problem solve on it. And I'm going to have to submit a real quick thing on my, I got to get something in an email real quick. So I'm not ignoring you all. I want you guys to keep working, but I do have to send this email before my boss calls my phone.
So I feel like what I'm feeling like we would need, because I think everyone's in agreement that there would be a change to elementary arrival practices, crossing our fingers that everything is back to quote unquote normal next year. I think we need some sort of communication or something that would go to our elementary principals that reminds them of how things worked pre-pandemic, and then also maybe provides this menu of solutions and techniques that can be used to allow as much as possible teachers to have that 10-minute orientation time.
And I would agree with that. I think we do need to have some sort of contingency plan if we don't go back to normal, because I know at least for myself, I really felt confident of like, we're coming into this year and everything's going to be back to normal, and it wasn't. And so is there a way to provide some sort of plan like that in case we aren't?
Well, I think it goes to back to normal fatigue. One day we'll be back. Yes.
I do think, from my experience, it was beneficial to know that, this week of the year, I had bus duty 5 days, the 5 days of that week, 7:20 to 7:40. My kids knew, families knew that I wouldn't be available before school, or if it happened to be after school, or if it was breakfast duty. I think as a teacher, if I know, hey, Tuesdays are my day where I'm part of the all hands on deck, then Monday I'm really ready to go when I leave. And so I think, and I don't want to prescribe what that looks like. I think our principals can work with their BLTs and fix what's best for each building. But I do think part of that being planned and prepared is knowing when you're not going to maybe have that time, and you can count on that.
Absolutely.
I think that works. I think that's kind of the system also our middle schools use for some supervision in the mornings. I could be wrong.
That's what they discussed at the PLC committee. I mean, Blake Ravel shared that they already do a rotating schedule, so.
Teachers, I know it's not always realistic, but we just really kind of like to know what the plan is. And we can adapt, but, yeah.
I have a strong preference to know the plan too.
It's an inherent interest to know theoretically what's coming up.
It's a preference of mine.
So a schedule, so you know what days you're going to have to be on at 7:50.
And I could see where in a school, such as where your children attend, I might be assigned to monitoring the hall Tuesdays mornings, and there may not be anybody in the hall. That's okay too. That doesn't mean, so.
Hopefully you have a little stand-up rolly desk you can take it out there and do some work while you're waiting.
Yeah, I mean, I like that suggestion. Do we have to say who's going to provide the administrators with that communication? Are we going to make that? Are we going to?
Well, I think they can fall back into a subsection of the administrative handbook.
Right.
That this is the procedure for
Right.
supervision.
How do we typically do that?
Well,
Or what's the most effective
Dr.
way is
Hubbard
maybe the better
was talking
question.
about-
I'm wondering if our directors, Christie, or Ms. Darby and Mr. Lowe, if it'd be good for them to maybe draft up a mock communication and bring it back to us? And
Yes.
And Abby, I would ask you this. I think it's important for each school to develop what that looks like. I don't think there's going to be a
No.
one-size-fits-all, so.
I don't think it could,
Yeah.
or it wouldn't be a very good plan, right?
Sounds good.
Would this be something that would stand no matter the status of the mitigation plan?
You would want to have a contingency plan.
Sorry. The mitigation plan would, that's board approved, and that's a whole different scenario. It's very difficult for us to plan. I mean, in a perfect world, it'd be really nice to be able to plan what type of variant, to what extreme, what the distance we'd have to do, and all the, necessary orders, but that's almost impossible. So the mitigation plan came in and trumped, this
Right.
year's process.
Right.
So,
But hopefully, it'll be fluid, kind of like this year has been, so,
I'd like to hope so.
you know,
I
we
just
could
can't
say
predict
during
it.
this time period for the next, we're going to monitor this for the next 2 weeks, 4 weeks. If numbers go back down, then we'll go back to what we were doing before.
So, we would have our directors of elementary draft that up, bring it back to this team, and I assume that part of that would be a plan for dissemination, right? Like the right time to send this out, or the right times, whatever that is, would be, we would suggest doing this. So it would be a timeline, like how we would actually implement this, plus what the communication is. And then we could review that, and maybe we could even have them there so that if there's edits or something, we can do it in real time.
I would like to request that this is something that principals work with their BLTs to develop what they're going to do for their school. So there's staff input.
Yeah,
on
I
that.
think what we're asking Ms. Darby and Mr. Lowe to do is review like the procedures of what previously was happening, and then kind
Okay.
of provide a menu of
Okay,
options, right? But the building itself would
Make
make their own plan.
Yeah.
How to
menu
choose
of
the
options
option and
that
make it
principals
personal?
can review with their BLT
Are
to
you-
determine.
Best practice.
For their school.
The best plan for
School,
Okay.
their school's needs, yeah.
an appropriate plan for their school.
So, sorry, I guess I'm just really stuck on this. If we're in the same spot we're in next year, are we expecting elementary teachers to just deal again because of mitigation plans? Or, what are we asking of elementary teachers? Because we have no idea how long this could last. And yes, it feels like we're in a better place than we have been, but we don't know what's next.
Well, so is this for the remainder of this year?
This would
What you're
be-
talking about?
Yeah, our mitigation plan will expire at the end of the year, and I think that honestly even raises an even larger question. If we're in a possibility of having to develop, COVID numbers are to a point to where the board is having to develop a COVID plan for next school year, what is this team's plan for, how we would work cooperatively to come together to serve the needs of students? Because I know we've talked about before the need to, like we did with teachers who've expired their available leave, right? Like, we probably could have and maybe should have come together earlier to provide a more timely cooperative solution. So, you know, to me, that's an issue that,
I think that's something, I think what you bring up is great. I think we need to, if necessary, leave us some sort of mechanism to revisit this in the fall if unfortunately, we're back in the same situation we were this fall.
I mean, bro, like, my BLT, we've already started talking about this idea, but why, I mean, like, why wouldn't you have your BLT just come up with a contingency plan? When you're coming up with this plan, if we had to go back, what else could we do? We know what we've done. Are there other ideas?
I love that idea, because you could have here's
We've
an
learned to be
ideal.
ready to pivot,
Here's
so.
this is how we could normally function if if this required more supervision, because we would have to keep kids socially distanced. What would that layer of the plan look like? That sounds, now that you say that, very much more efficient.
And then if we can't, like, if I have to still have every classroom teacher, then once again with your BLT, so what are we going to do? We know that that's taking something from you, so how can we work as a building to give that back to you?
Yeah.
I like that. Okay.
But unrelated to this issue, can we agree as a body at some point that if COVID-related issues are back again in the fall, that not necessarily for any purpose more than just to be able to have a good conversation of what's going on so that we're getting that message out
Yeah.
to staff?
And I don't know, I mean, it would all completely depend. Part of the problem is you have no idea what that might look like, how severe, how, not severe. But I think it could range all the way from an informal discussion because we decide this is the best group to do it. It's not formal negotiations. We're not starting negotiations for the next year, but it's discussion to cooperatively come up with a solution. But if it was extremely severe and required deviance from the P&A, then absolutely, we would have to. That makes a lot of sense to me.
So is there a way to do a reopener, since this is an issue from now, that we kind of leave that open with that option of if either side feels like, based on this issue, we need to come back, if nothing else, just to bring new concerns, which there's other avenues for that. It would be just more for,
So it seems like we probably wouldn't be finalizing this issue until we review the draft communication and approve it. And then when we put together I believe it would be a collective commitment, we could have a sentence in there that we acknowledge that neither party knows what might come to us next school year and that we may need to reopen negotiations should conditions cause us to have mitigation measures that impact elementary arrival times or something like that. So I can keep that in mind when I'm drafting the CC.
What timeline are y'all looking at to have something to look at back here?
Well, so our next meeting is April 5th, and it's the meeting that we're doing remotely. And so I guess the question is just, is that and it may be, is that a good one for our directors of elementary to join remote, put it up on the screen? Is that something we feel like is not awkward to do at that meeting, and does that leave enough time?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So we should then be able to review it at the next meeting. And we've had a practice, and we could if they get it done early. I've tried to share stuff out on our shared drive once I have it, just so people who want to look at it before or, want to be prepared, so we could potentially do that too. So we can be more efficient at that time.
Is that seems like you guys have a plan here.
Yeah.
For the elementary, right?
For the elementary. So we still need to go on to secondary and to specials. What about, do we want to go ahead and determine lunchtime right now so we know good stopping points as we move through issues?
Yeah. I don't know, when does everyone normally eat? 11:30? Yeah.
11:30 is fine.
11:30?
Okay.
11:30 to 1.
Yep, I think that'd be great, because
And I don't know if you want to build in a break between now and then. That's
Yes.
still 2 hours. You've been going for an hour. So either set it, or when we're feeling like it makes sense, let's stick a 15 or 10 or 15 minute in before then.
we should maybe say after this issue's concluded, or 10 o'clock, whichever comes first.
Okay. Okay. You want to go ahead and, Jill, move us
Yeah.
on to the secondary issue with plan time? Secondary level?
Yes. Okay. So when we agreed to have teachers teaching 5 classes, 1 plan time, and 1 student support hour, I think we thought a lot about what the student support hour would look like. We wrote up kind of different types of student support hour. And we just really, when we want to look at that again, have it more in place to make sure that all buildings understand that teachers should not have to prep for a student support hour. We used to call it supervision, where we changed it to a student support hour so that you're supporting students during it, not necessarily supervising. It just, there are some issues where someone might be asked to do something that they would consider a student support hour, but then it ends up having prep time beyond just that time with students. Like you have to prepare for it or do something afterwards. And so we're trying to avoid that happening.
Give an example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable with Dr. Sherman, who is the director
Great.
over secondary schools, maybe sitting down with the high school principals, and we put the parameters on what that would be. I'd be
Great.
happy to. Dr. Schumacher, I don't know if you're interested in having Jeremy be a part of that, but I think it probably would be from the human resource side, and maybe they iron out the parameters of what could be within that period.
Right.
We have a list already.
Yeah, we do. I feel like there's some things that have been either added, not necessarily in writing on the list, but have been added to it. Certain classes that might be in our program of studies, would those could be considered a student support hour, even though they're like a class that students enroll in?
Give me
You
an
know what I mean?
example. When we talked about
Study
one.
skills, I would think. Would that be considered a student support hour if a teacher was teaching a study skills class?
Fifth, well, get out over my skis. I don't think so. I mean, if it's in the program of study and a kid's getting a grade for it,
Right, okay. So things like that.
So there's people that are calling a supervisory period study skills. Is that my understanding?
is that a course that kids take?
So
Yes, it
there's-
is.
Yeah, but there's different,
Yeah, I think
different
yeah.
layers to that, what might be dubbed as study skills.
So
Yeah, we
so
have a
maybe
s-
it's a semantics issue.
Yeah, at East, they call the student support hour the student success skills class, where they are learning strategies, but it's not necessarily, here's a lesson plan that somebody's prepping. It's kind of more one-on-one. The teacher works with students to help them be successful.
RTI approach.
It's an RTI.
Maybe more organized, so as long as there's not prep and grading, again, it just comes down to
Here
the
it is.
parameters of what's taking place during that period.
Or I think we have some special education teachers at the high school level who are teaching a study skills class that would be working on goal work for their IEP, but that's being considered a supervision rather than a prep. But if you're prepping for goal work instruction, like, you can't just sit down the day of and practice IEP goals and instruct on IEP goals.
So yeah, I think having some kind of language that talked about prep
Consult.
prep and grading in regards to a student support hour?
Supervision has always been a topic of discussion and negotiations, always has, probably always will be, because,
One size doesn't fit all.
well, principals rotate, teachers rotate, some teachers are willing to go above and beyond, and it just depends. And so I think we need to always revisit and make sure we're clear on what a solid supervision period looks like and the parameters of it.
And then if you could add to that group's work, we mentioned this, we've had kind of conversations about this in the past, that maybe those student support hour assignments are by semester. I've heard from a lot of teachers who have a pretty heavy grading load, and there's a little bit of a difference of if you are every day in a student success skills class where you're pretty much working that whole time one-on-one with kids, maybe, and then you're going to have more maybe hall duty or other types of activities that don't require, all 95 minutes with kids, bell to bell, that we look at assigning those in a semester. I don't know the reality of that. I don't know how that works. That's why I say I think the principals, just if that opportunity could be something they could consider working with their own staff on that.
Yeah, I would say that's realistic, and I think, I guess from our approach is that we kind of look at the 6 hours, the 6th support hour each semester separately and differently, making sure that we have a balance of what we need to support students and supervise, and then obviously each teacher has somewhat of a different schedule each semester, and that shuffles routinely at semester switch.
I would say for middle school, there are, I don't know if every middle school is doing teaming, but several middle schools are have teams with their core. So like there's 4 core teachers that teach all the same kids: math, social studies, science, English. And so their student support hour has been a team plan, if you will, which is good because I think you can, as the 4 core teachers, discuss students and how you handle the student and what issues they've been having in your room, and how, but we really want to make sure that if there are things you need to do beyond that team plan time, that maybe you meet as a team 3 days a week, and then the other 2 days you're actually going out and doing the things that you said you were going to do as a team. Does that make sense? I'm trying to make sure I put this in words that makes sense.
Words are good.
Yeah, I know, right? Because some of the people I've heard from, they meet with their team, they discuss like the 3 students that they're worried about, but then they never actually have the time to go and like pull that student out of class and talk to them, or start the process of helping that kid, because every time they're just meeting and talking about the kid. Do you know what I mean? So just kind of adjusting that student support. I think it's very beneficial to have a team plan.
So that's the equivalent of like a SPED consult. So many times a week they meet as a group to discuss kids, and then other times during the week they can use that time to actually
Put the plan in place.
do some intervention with
Right.
that child or
Right.
other teachers or whatever.
And Jill, are those folks suggesting that they're getting pushback from the principal on that, or wait?
No, maybe they haven't brought it up. I don't know.
Is this, is this like a process issue, like the way in which support is defined and implemented? Like, it's just like, there needs to be a process where teachers have more feedback that they're able to provide?
I think that'd be great.
I don't know, because I don't really exactly know what support hours is.
I'm not sure what you're
Full
talking
disclosure.
about just a little bit. So they have their plan time. Are you talking about a common plan time, or are you talking about a common supervision time?
They have a common supervision. So math teacher, English teacher, social studies, and science teacher, they all have their own plan at some point, and then the 4 of them have a common hour that they don't teach students. Those 4 teachers get together and discuss. They have a number of topics they discuss. I think they get that from the list from principal and maybe the instructional coach.
I'm just trying to figure out, nothing against what you're saying, but I'm trying to figure out why it's being called a supervision time if they're not with kids.
I agree.
That's what I'm struggling with too. I mean, this group,
Yeah, go ahead.
choosing my words. I think we're all on board in reducing workload for
Sure.
our overworked staff. It sounds to me, yeah, I just think we need to be careful about how we're defining that supervision.
Yeah, I think they might have felt like it just was like another, they're constantly meeting to discuss, and then meeting again to discuss, and then meeting again. And perhaps there could be a better use, like, of that student support hour. Well, yeah. Maybe math teachers go and work with another math teacher during their class, or science teachers, same thing,
It also, a byproduct of that is you have, that impacts your electives teachers,
Yeah.
because those kids have to go somewhere.
Right.
And also impacts the student support supervision responsibilities, then the elective teachers have to pick up because they are not in those discussions.
Right, yeah, they are having to be the ones that are on lunch supervision, because the other core teachers are, their student support hour is I guess you call it a team plan, I don't know what you want to call it.
Yeah, I think
Team meeting?
I've got my thoughts organized again.
Okay.
So I think we were careful on defining this as not another plan time for
Exactly,
teachers, right?
yeah.
And this is sounding like these teachers have 2 plan times, right? And again, it's a guided plan time, so I think that's the
Right.
key difference, where there's some administrative oversight of that plan time. The flip side would be, okay, we don't do that, because we shouldn't have 2 plan times, and we assign something else to do. But there's clearly a massive benefit to students in doing this, to do that team plan time, so.
And I think what that group is saying is they're not getting to the intervention point, which
Okay.
is what we would be doing at the high school level, where we have resource maths who are functioning as resource teachers, or.
And that's why I wanted to ask that clarifying question. I mean, to me as a principal, if the team came to me and said, listen, we've talked about it for 3 days, we want to actually get out there and work with the kids. Absolutely, get out there and do it. I mean, I can't see anyone pushing back on that.
I think they're doing a lot of data collection and talking about what they need, what they could do. But then the next week comes and then it's a new data collection, a new talking about what they need to do, and they never get to the action step of it.
And it maybe has evolved. We should probably check back in just with the middle school teams, and, I mean, John, you're on a team, yes? Oh.
Awkward.
I cross team for both grade levels.
Oh, because you're not in just one, you're in multiple
No, but the
teams.
ones who are on team, like you were saying, team 8-6 has a common plan time. The math teachers also for 8th grade have their own common plan time. So if they're not meeting as a team 8-6, that day the math teachers are all meeting during the common math hour.
But then they also have their own individual plan time as well.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I don't understand all the intricacies of how those discussions and the agendas on those meetings, but, I mean, to me, I think the value of having an intervention team that meets, or a horizontal team that meets, is working on solutions that teachers can improve their own practice. And we know that the best interventions happen with Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions in the classroom. So I think, for me, that team, their energy should be focused on, okay, what can I take back to my classroom to help differentiate instruction for the students in my classroom in Tier 1 instruction? And then what is the building doing systemically for those Tier 3 interventions, and how can we approach that as a building? So I mean, I think that some of those teams may have driven themselves into the wrong kind of corner.
Yeah.
Instead of, hey, let's focus on best practice and what we can do to help our kids that we have every day in class.
Right. I'm not sure it was fully defined on what the team was going to be doing during that
Right,
time.
right.
So,
And maybe what you need is you have that time to have that collaborative work so that you can develop more, but does that need to be every day of that week? Can you then go out and provide, small group interventions?
Yeah.
Like,
We're going to meet once a
some
week, or
schools.
we're going to meet once every 2 weeks. And then the other time, that's when we're going
I'm gonna
to
be-
implement the plan.
right, I'm going to be I'm going to be the person that a geometry math teacher can say, hey, I have a couple kids that could really benefit from somebody walking through this lesson with them again.
I did find the document that we shared with principals
good.
on that, if you guys, I can put it
Yeah,
up there if
here,
you guys want
go
to take a
ahead.
look at it.
I'd love to come off of the screen.
Yeah, I need to make a
I'm just
copy of
kidding.
it.
So I've kind of added under interests of like utilizing best practices of tier 1 and tier 2 intervention strategies. Obviously, I think we all have a interest in safety and supervision of students, and then support supervision hours, not including planning or grading outside the hour. It's just kind of things I've jotted down as we were talking.
Yeah.
How do I blow that up?
Oh, view,
That's what I thought.
Zoom, and then,
Oh, there you go, thank you.
yeah.
There you go.
Also Command Plus.
There we go, that's better. So this was, it probably needs to be redone, like Dr. Gilhouse said, because this was guidance from last year for this year. So this has probably gone away, but this is probably the meat of what we've been talking about.
Who was that issued to? Who was the audience of that?
Principals, and we have discussed it with Linda, and I think Jill's been a part of it too.
Yeah, so the gen ed study skills, that's different than a special education study skills class. I think that's what you guys were.
And this was ultimately shared, at least in my building, it was shared with our staff.
I know, do they actually have hall supervision on there? I know that at one point people were thinking hall supervision shouldn't be included, but, oh, I see. So, okay, for instance, at Shawnee Mission North, our hall supervision people, we actually have them, and they are so useful because we're chasing kids around to, come out of the bathroom, walk you to class. So that might need to be looked at again because it's actually very helpful to have that.
And that was actually thought through pretty
Okay,
well,
okay.
because that's the reason. The notes just says excessive. And
I
so
gotcha.
when you look at
Don't
all
have
the
too
number of
many.
hallways, there are certain hallways that it could be almost wasteful for a teacher to sit there at
Absolutely.
a desolate hallway where nothing actions. But the main places, the main gathering points, and
Right.
absolutely, there's a benefit
Yeah.
to that in certain
Well,
areas.
and also the concept that hall duty people are not sitting at a desk because it is not
Absolutely.
grading and planning time. It
That's
is
correct.
serving a
They're moving, they're
purpose,
checking restrooms.
keeping the
Um,
building safe and
That's
getting kids
exactly
back
right.
to class.
That's exactly right. Sometimes there are just stations in some buildings.
That's the
where
old
it is.
school
That-
way.
That is correct.
But
That's
it
correct.
doesn't, it's not.
That's
well,
correct.
It's not providing student support.
That is correct.
This asterisk portion here.
Oh, yeah.
This is new for this year. So, I don't know if you guys want to take a look at that.
Yeah. Cheer and dance could be considered a student support hour.
Yeah, in a certain situation, so if the head coach, if you're having to cover that, if I'm having to cover that because the head coach isn't a certified teacher and I'm going to be the teacher of record, that is a prep for me. But if the head coach is there and they're the teacher of record and I'm just there to supervise, am I saying that right? Yeah, then that's a support hour for me.
Yeah, it's a prep for the PE certified teacher.
Right.
What's actually happening during that hour?
They're coaching cheer and dance, yeah. The kids do it during school.
Instead of like an after-school practice,
It's
Right.
co-curricular.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're preparing they actually do competitions and preparing for that.
It's in lieu of gym, or it's like a gym credit?
It is.
It does count as a gym credit.
It's PE credit.
Cool. Wish I
Can
had
you
that option.
say that again about when it would be considered a student
All
support
right, so
hour?
head coach is a Rule 10 coach. I'll just read it so I don't mess it up. Teacher of record is the DC or other staff member of the school will handle that piece. If the head coach is a certified teacher but not certified in the area of credit, then the person that's doing that is a support hour. If the head coach is a teacher and certified in the area of credit.
Which is
then
PE.
PE, then it's a teacher prep. So if I'm the head cheer coach or dance coach, and I'm also a PE teacher in the building, and I'm taking that, that's a prep for me. But if Linda is the cheer coach and she's actually teaching the course, but I have to sit in there and be there because to be the teacher of record, then that's just a prep. 'Cause she's really taking care of everything. I'm just kind of sitting in there and monitoring. Supervision. It's a supervision. Yes. Thank you.
But it's a prep for her.
No, she's.
I'm Rule 10, so I.
Got it. That's what I was trying to, got it. Okay, thank
I
you.
explained that right?
Yes.
Todd?
Yeah. So as Linda as a Rule
Clarify.
10, it would not apply. Linda as a Spanish teacher, it would not be a prep.
That's right. Supervision.
It'd be a
It
supervision.
is a revenue Spanish teacher is the supervisor of record. That's not a prep.
That's right.
Okay.
It's a support hour.
Student council.
It's good. It's great.
I think, and I probably need clarification, is student council in the high schools, is that also a supplemental
Yeah.
pay?
Yes.
Okay. That's what, because they were asking
Paid
if that would be
position.
considered a student support hour when it's actually something that students enroll in on the program of studies. And then I was asking, well, do you get supplemental pay for it? And they said, yes. Well, if you get supplemental pay, then you could be expected to do prep outside of the contract time because you're getting supplemental pay, right?
A lot of the outside time that they spend is supervision time, and that's what the supplemental position, that's
Pays
what the
for.
supplemental salary is for all that
Supervising
supervision
the
you
kids.
do at their activities and
Okay.
dances and events.
Got it. Okay.
So is our thinking to have Dr. Sherman lead this discussion and update this and maybe give some,
Well, I don't know that it needs to be, I mean, it could be updated. I don't have any problem with that. I think the bigger question is just to get clarification on the class that you brought up. So unless there's other classes that need parameters around it, or is that just the study skills piece? Is that what I'm trying to go back to the original
Yes.
piece. So if it's not study skills, which we already have a current class called Study Skills in the Program Planning Guide, then it's just a semantics piece that we may need to change the wording of it and still make sure that there's no prep work or grading work assigned to that class.
It would be great if, you know what's not on here is a consult.
Sped consult.
At least, I'm not sure about other high schools at North, though, the special ed teachers, their student support hour is their consult hour. And they can use that to go and meet with a student to maybe do some, give me the right words, some kind of testing with them. or-
Additional evaluation.
Thank you.
testing.
They
Progress
could hold an
monitoring
IEP
goals,
during
yeah.
that time. They could do their IEP paperwork. And that's been really beneficial to the special ed teachers at North.
Sounds like a great plan.
So,
I think it would be helpful for our group that after Scott meets with the principals, even if, I don't know if we need Scott here, but if that list changes or whatever, or just to get an update on that, I think that would be good for us just to see how, because next year we're going to have significantly more people on supervision, and so I'm sure there might be things that you add to it and things that maybe you take away.
Yeah, I would kind of focus on the nomenclature that's used for that support hour with the interventions instead of study skills and the nomenclature that you use there. I think we may also want to clarify what that consulting hour might look like with our special education staff, because our special education staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Schumacher, we're not necessarily looking at a scenario where they're teaching 5 and they have a support.
that's right.
Several of them already have 6 sections because it's not really included in the
Yeah.
game
And
plan there. So I think we may have to make sure we just clarify what we want to do with the special education piece.
And our concern from the association would be if that's the case and their caseload exceeds 15.
Right, right. And I think it's a combination of caseload, and I think we would need to clarify that maybe a little differently.
Yeah. So Dr. Dane, we sent out that communication on SPED, right?
Right.
That guidance, and I think
Correct.
you guys shared it with your staffs.
Correct.
Maybe we combine that communication with this and make it one document
Right.
So it's all encompassing.
We'll let Lindsay address this a little bit more. She's sped, but I would like to see where it all possible that our secondary sped have a consult hour. I know that doesn't always happen. If their caseload, we can hold it. You know, we've hired additional staff and we can keep that, but my fear is somewhere we're going to have someone with a caseload of 20 and they're going to be teaching 6 hours, and then we have issues with service minutes and we have issues with timely IEPs and such. And so I know it's a different ballgame, but it's not. It's still work-life balance. It's still, there's so many legalities involved with SPED, and I think it's critical that they have that time to make sure they are meeting those federal requirements and paperwork deadlines.
You said it perfect. I think that, I think if we can get to a point that is an option for secondary SPED, across the board, that's what we hear SPED teachers saying is we need more time to be able to do paperwork because we don't want paperwork to be late. We know we have, pretty tight deadlines that we need to follow. And so having that time, or if you do need to pull a kid to do some extra testing, having that opportunity. But I understand that takes monies and that takes time, but I think that probably needs to be a goal.
I'm going to put up this document too. I don't disagree. We need to keep our eye on that. And I know Sherry, Ms. Demeline, has done that. I hope you would agree.
Yeah.
But we put together this joint communication that went out to our principals, our secondary principals. And of course, we don't need to read the whole thing, but Sherry came and spoke to this group last year, and she's more than willing to do it again. Talking about efforts that her team has made to reduce that workload or that work-life balance for our special education staff. And so basically the communication is that when we talked about 5 out of 7, it was basically directed towards general education, but then we were going to take some other efforts to do something similar for special education staff. And so this bulleted list is basically trying to encompass what we have done and will continue to try to do. So I guess my thinking is whoever works with Dr. Sherman on this document, that document, maybe we combine that document and this document so there's one place where we are encompassing all of our efforts to reduce workload.
And we have heard those 4 paperwork days are incredible.
Huge, yeah.
I do want to it's a reality that we have teaching shortage, especially SPED. So what are we going to do? Inevitably, it's happened in buildings this year where you have open positions or you have staff that leave. Somebody has to pick up that caseload, and now you have additional service minutes, additional IEP responsibilities. You're teaching a 6-hour. I think it would be good for us at some point, what are we going to do? Because we don't want to lose the teachers that we have just because, the stress of like I say, making sure you're meeting those mandates. And so I don't think this is the task of this group, but I think somebody needs to look at what are we, and maybe they are, sorry, I'm Gen Ed, I'm not from a SPED background, but what are we going to do when it's a lengthy open position, and what that, how that caseload or how that work is then becomes the responsibility of other people who already have a really full plate.
It's a good point, and really it does fall on my department, frankly, to retain those teachers or to attract new teachers into those positions. And so we work with Sherry on that. You know, the levers that we pull are those contract services, where we contract with people to get some of those long-term subs. And then I think you guys know that we had a partnership with Fort Hays State on a kind of grow your own special education teacher program. And we're investigating potentially starting that up again, a cohort number 2. And so getting more people into those special education positions. So, but I agree, we need to keep our eyes on that.
So I'm going to do a little bit of a time check. It sounds like you guys are talking about clearly a very important issue. With that, I do want to say, going back to the prep time issue statement, you all have a resolution on elementary, the 10 minutes, that's going to come back on April 5th. And when you all started talking about the secondary level on the student support hour, I didn't intervene or IBB that, and as a teaching moment, a little nuance I want you to know, because you do so much self-facilitation, is as you started having that conversation, you were starting to really head to a lot of synergy around people leaning in, being on the same page, understanding what each other were talking about, and moving forward with it. Nobody seemed to be diverging on ideas or having to ask clarifying questions necessarily. And so that just sort of naturally resolved in whatever you all decided to do that Dr. Sherman is going to go back to do, right? So not everything has to be strictly IBB'd, right? Where you would have wanted to introduce or bring yourselves back to the 5 steps is if you sense that there started to be a divergent or opinion or some disagreements, and people were in very different places. So that was a good example of you guys just working it out with the discussion. You didn't identify interest, you didn't brainstorm solutions, it just came together. That's okay to happen in IBB. With that said, you do want to clarify where you landed with it for the record. Is there a pickup? Is there a follow-up? Is there a report back? And then the other thing I want to say is, while you're starting to head into this special ed conversation, is it related to secondary, or are you guys heading into conversation around the special ed service minutes that is in this issue statement that we haven't gotten to yet?
I think it was kind of related to the supervision piece, because I had heard Dr. Schumacher say attaching that with that list of student support hours and that being shared out by Dr. Sherman and Jeremy Higgins.
Okay, so then since we're going to either break at 10 or wrap this up before 10, then do we want to continue that conversation as part of us moving on to special ed if we're done with the secondary only issue?
Yeah, I think the special ed service minutes was like a branch of the secondary student support hour.
So then was that what Dr. Schumacher just laid out? Was that a resolution for the 3rd issue on your issue statement?
Well, it's not entirely secondary. It goes back to, though, the open positions.
Yes.
And
Okay.
an increased caseload, which time is finite, and it becomes a concern that you can meet the service minutes with the caseload that you have.
Right, so if you're in an elementary, you're supposed to have 2 special education teachers, but there's only 1 at the time because the other position hasn't been filled.
Okay, so when Linda, you were heading in that direction of raising the issue of vacancies, I didn't know if it was just completely unrelated, but you were just wanting to talk about it, so I wanted to kind of rein us back, but it sounds like it is absolutely related. We need to go into that conversation, but first, can we wrap up what is decided on just secondary?
Well, then I have a question that I know will be brought up about the teaching 5 classes out of 7 and having not teaching 6. Our MOU about teaching 6 periods says that we'll have all full-time secondary teachers teaching no more than 5. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like there's going to be special education teachers that says all full-time secondary teachers. So why do I not get paid for my 6th class?
Yeah.
I know, and I agree that when we first were talking about it, we were talking about gen ed, and we set aside money to hire more special education teachers. But then our MOU doesn't specify only gen ed.
Yeah, if that's how it reads, I would say that's a mistake on our part.
Well, didn't we, sorry, I thought that we always, aren't special education teachers' schedules addressed separately in the P&A?
So it might be
Yes, they are.
contradicting language then, is that what you're thinking?
Well, let me look at that MOU, because right, any more specific language in the P&A would control over an MOU that we've agreed to or signed, but I'm just trying to remember that discussion, and I thought that there was an understanding that for special education teachers, it's a caseload issue, and that their like workload is separately defined in the P&A, and then for gen ed teachers, it is a class assignment issue. Is that right? Like they're two separate.
Well, secondary sped teachers have a class assignment, depending on what they do for sped. That's
Okay.
different, because their sped is, as I have learned, and I still don't, there's so much I don't know, it's not one beast.
Okay.
I do think that since our agreement is for certified staff, we need to address whether that is an error on our part that we didn't catch. I think we want to be, I think our intent needs to be clear.
Captured.
And captured.
I think I believe it needs to specifically say all gen ed certified teachers, because I think that gets us into a really slippery slope of how we have sped teachers who don't get plan time or don't get lunchtime. Because there is we've talked about it in previous years, if there is a section that kind of makes it a little wishy-washy, and if we separate out secondary, elementary, and sped, when we do it like that, that's how sped kind of gets the short end of the stick a lot of times.
I just text Sherry. She is available if we want her to provide her expertise after break.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
if the intent was secondary gen ed teachers, we need to specifically say secondary gen ed teachers,
I would agree.
regardless of how it's separated out within the P&A.
Yeah. Which we can update that.
Yeah.
Is it worthwhile then, not seeing that in front of me, to address that sped workload? We've attempted to address sped workload by looking at caseloads. I think we need to memorialize that if it's not already in there.
Yeah, I agree. And that
Guys-
was, go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay, it's 5 after. I want to just make sure, did you wrap up the student support hour in middle schools with a pretty simple solution? Or is that
Yeah.
open? I want to kind of close that, so when you come back, you're just on.
I think we just want Joe maybe to bring back from Dr. Sherman's group what that update, or anybody who would serve on that, what that changes you made to that document.
What was the original question with middle school supervision?
If they're going to have a team meeting time, a team plan as their student support hour, what is that? What should they be doing during that time? Is that the best thing they should be doing? Like, can Scott talk with the principals about
What does their team
what is
time
that?
look like?
And-
What is
and
their team time?
Would it be best served to change that up and have teachers working more with students?
I have an email drafted to Scott. If that's
Okay.
okay, I'll just send it to him
Great.
and get him going on it.
So he's going to update that guidance for the upcoming school year. That's
Yeah, and he can
the ultimate.
provide an update at our next
And
meeting too.
Then would he meet with like the 10, all the high schools and middle schools, I'm assuming?
Well, that middle school discussion would be very different than the high school
Yeah.
discussion.
Right,
Be totally separate, correct?
okay.
Okay, all right, so that'll come back if there's an update.
And then the high
on
school,
April 5th.
we left with a high school discussion as well, wasn't it, to review the supervisions that we currently have?
Yeah, so I'm asking him to do both, to
Okay.
take a look at the middle school and then give a complete update of both the supervision as well as tying in the sped workload piece.
And we talked about changing the name, making sure that a student support hour is not, this was Todd's suggestion, was not referenced as a study skills, but a RTI or an intervention hour or something to that.
When we come back from break, I think if you all just continue the conversations you're having, because you guys work so intensely, I think without any facilitation in your pre-IBB world to get to this workload agreement, that you guys know it pretty well, and it seems like you don't need to slow down to frame and focus for me, and me sort of just get in the way. If you get to a point where you are struggling on where you think you're going to go, then I'll try to jump in.
Okay.
But after break, you guys just keep on going on this one.
Great.
How long do you want to go?
Do you want me to have Sherry here after break?
Yeah. How long do we want to break? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's about 6 after.
Can we pause for just a sec before we go? This kind of the conversation that we're starting now also ties in with our NEA-4 staffing and caseloads. I don't want to skip an SMSD issue, but would it make sense to kind of rearrange those two, just because part of NEA-4 is caseloads?
I think that makes sense from an efficiency standpoint and making sure we have any solution that either works for both or needs to not conflict with the solution for the other one.
So bump late resignations to later today?
Yeah.
Okay. And then come back at what time?
10:20?
10:20.
Okay, sounds good. We're just returning from a break.
Great.
Who wants to pick up the conversation and lead here? Jill?
Yeah, okay, so we're going back to, we're bringing in Sherry to talk about special education and their assignments at the secondary level. Because we have, the issue of them having 6 teaching classes as opposed to 5. And I know our initial conversations around having teachers teaching 5, we knew that it would be difficult with special education. And so kind of our thought was to start with gen ed. Our MOU, though, does say all staff, all secondary teachers would be teaching 5. I think we just wanted to get a sense of what things have been done to help reduce their caseloads. What are the caseloads looking at like for next year? Will there be teachers, SPED teachers, that will be able to teach just 5? I don't know if you know all of those questions, but.
It's the fake button.
I know. So, well, thank you guys for letting me come join you guys. I was actually watching upstairs, and so I always appreciate when everybody wants to get involved in special education because we want people to understand and really kind of dive into the work that we're doing. So, yeah, I would like to address one additional thing, if that's okay. There was question in regards to also what we do when we do have a shortage and the supports and things that we put into place. So
Yes.
I'd like to be able to talk about that
Great.
as well.
Yeah.
That was discussed a little bit earlier.
Absolutely.
Too. So in terms of talking about caseloads, what I want to share with you is where we started and where we are now. Okay, so where we started, Kate, and I'm going to say started as I took the realm of director in the year 1920. Not literally 1920.
No, I know. It's when you use 19-20.
19-20, yes. However, our caseloads during that school year were anywhere from 15 to 24 up to 26 students. Okay, so I think it's important to know where we started and where we are now.
And is that for elementary through secondary?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
say that at the secondary level, their caseloads actually were smaller than elementary. Our secondary caseloads were anywhere from 16 to 18, and then our elementary caseloads at that time were 21, 22, 24, sometimes 26, 28. Okay, so again, it's good to know where we came from and where we are now, right? So
Yeah.
again, that's old data.
You said 15 to 24?
15 to 24 would be
Okay.
the consistent average. Yeah. Where we are and where we are going, so we've made a commitment in our department to target, and I'm talking more resource. I'm not diving into specialized programs because there are different levels of special education, right? But so just from a typical resource caseload, our averages this year have been anywhere from 10 to 16 to 18 has been the average, with the commitment that we're shooting to get to 10 to 15 for a caseload. So I will tell you that we are on target to hit that 10 to 15 mark for next school year. So we've been incrementally increasing staff and supports in buildings to be able to get down to that 10 to 15 range. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you what our competitors are, right? Because that's one of the things that we have to continually look at is what does the market look like for special education, and knowing that special education in particularly there are such high turnover rates. So what is it that we're up against, right? So Blue Valley, their projected caseloads at the elementary level are in, and this is for resource, are in the 10 to 12 range, and our range is 10 to 15. Olathe's is 15 to 20 for elementary. Middle school is 12 to 15 for Blue Valley, and then 15 to 18 for high school, all under Blue Valley. And then in Olathe for middle school, 15 to 20, and then high school is 18 to 22. So our caseloads, well, right now, we do have a few outliers where we have a higher caseload of maybe a 16 on a caseload, but our target for next year, we're at having 15 or less on a caseload. And I would say at the secondary level, our average is really more around that 13 to 14 mark. More consistently. Our elementary, again, we've really addressed this from an EC through age 21 kind of perspective, because that's the gamut that we serve, okay? In terms of centralized programs, that's those more intense level of student needs. Regional caseloads for those programs in Blue Valley, they range from elementary anywhere from 6 to 8, middle school being 8 to 10, and high school being 8 to 10. Olathe being 7 to 10, 8 to 12 for elementary and middle, and then 8 to 12 again for high school. Our ranges in Shawnee Mission range from 6 to 8, and we really try not to do any more than 10, but 10 is kind of, I say it's our max, but obviously there's never a max in education, right? We're a public educational agency, but we really try to stick to 10 or less.
Okay, that's great information. I think one thing we also would consider with that is, would Blue Valley and Olathe teachers, special ed teachers, be teaching, if they're resourced at the secondary level, be teaching 5 classes out of 7? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I think you're showing they do have higher average caseloads, but I wonder if they also have less teaching periods.
I can check on that. The last time that I haven't gotten a current check since the pandemic. I do know that I checked prior to the pandemic, and our teaching, the number of courses that we were teaching in comparison to what they were teaching was comparable.
Okay.
But I can double check and get an updated.
Sure.
Again, I know things have changed with the COVID and everything, but I don't have that current information for that particular area.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Some other things that we've worked to embed to, again, a lot of our focus this year has been ensuring that we're providing necessary supports to increase retention in special education.
Yeah.
I will tell you that the majority of individuals that we've lost thus far in special education has been to the field of education, right? Not to a competitor's district, which I think that is just the nature of the educational system. So I do think that it's important to note the difference there, right? There is a high burnout in education, period. However, we've received, in fact, I have 7 teachers upstairs right now in a room cranking out paperwork. We've received an overwhelmingly positive response to providing paperwork days for our special education staff. It gives them an opportunity to come in uninterrupted and crank out, and we have left it to them for their discretion as the professional. You can choose to write IEPs, you could choose to go through your progress reports, you could choose to work with assessment data and information of that nature, right? Because everybody operates a little bit differently, we wanted it to be their discretion. It's also their discretion as to when they would utilize those days. We gave them 4, so theoretically they could be 1 per quarter. However, if you have a heavy month in October with IEPs, people can take 2 days that month, or they could use, all 4. The one caveat that we have made is that it can't be on a high sub-use day. And full disclosure, we did have a difficult time when we were having some sub shortages that we had to postpone some paperwork days. But it feels like things are getting back to a more typical operating procedure, if you will, with the number of staff that we're seeing being able to access those. So that has been a very positive thing. This kind of segues into some of the questions that Linda had earlier in regards to if we're not able to fill a position, or we have an unexpected mid-year change or departure. So some things that we put into place is we've had instructional coaches help in the development of paperwork, or we have offered additional paperwork days for these individuals. So instead of the 4 that you've gotten for your caseload, you're able to get extra to be able to meet some of those demands. And we've also worked with the Human Resources Department when we are unable to consistently find subs to provide a level of compensation of the sub rate where our staff would kind of obtain some of that financial for when we don't have a sub available, if you will.
So that means kind of like when our regular ed teachers have to cover a class, that they're compensated for that more than the $20.
We use the exact same formula. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that's what we were talking about.
Any other questions?
Is that the main strategies? I just want to make sure that instructional aides assisting with paperwork completion and providing sub-rate compensation to teachers who fill in when the sub cannot be secured?
Yeah, so I would say those have been our primary pieces, our primary responses. We've also worked to shift. One of the other changes that we put into place this year that has allowed us to be more on, what I would say is more on top of the numbers and buildings, is every month the special education coordinators and we facilitate a meeting within the buildings and provide a level of professional development. But the other piece to that is we're collecting real-time data. Again, our special education numbers are ever evolving because when a student is identified or not. And so we're catching earlier than we historically did when you just ran a report in the system. We're having an earlier idea of what numbers look like. And because of that, we actually placed mid-year in a couple of locations. We added staff. We were able to hire some early hires because our numbers were increasing in a couple of locations in the middle of the year. It doesn't, obviously, we're not always successful, full disclosure, right, in finding individuals mid-year. We happen to be on a couple of instances this year to be able to fill that.
You were talking about the majority of the special teachers that had left mid-year or even at the end of the year were going to other special education jobs within public schools. Is that what you're saying?
No, they were leaving education altogether. We are not finding the high rate of losing to a competitor like an Olathe or a Blue Valley, right? We are seeing less of that. It is more if I'm leaving Shawnee Mission, I'm leaving education.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what concerns a lot of us, right? Is that how can we support them as much as possible so that it doesn't feel like an overwhelming task.
Mm-hmm. So one of the other things that we put into place to try to help with that is we've added a special education focus group. And so we meet once a month with a special education. It is multidisciplinary, so we have all levels and we have various providers. So we have an occupational therapist, we have a school psychologist, we have center-based teachers, we have resource teachers, we have high school, we have middle school, we have early childhood, and we really problem solve from the field perspective. What are pieces of things that we can work on from a department perspective to help increase opportunities and increase retention. So moving forward, one of the things that we're currently problem solving is finding some collaboration day opportunities for different levels to be able to work together, to be able to increase understanding of transitions, but then also problem solving from a professional perspective as well in terms of service delivery models.
Okay.
Can I ask about that SPED focus group?
Yeah.
Do you share the work of that group out with SPED at large, just to let them know they're being heard and things? I mean, I don't know, maybe you do already, but I think that always helps when people, hey, we're being heard and solutions are being
So this
Is that
year,
it?
what we have asked is the representative take the information back and solicit the information from their peers. What we've talked about for next school year is adding, we have a monthly newsletter that we disseminate to our department as well. We talked about next year adding a corner of the newsletter that can broaden the audience, right? Because we're not confident that all of the information is getting out as much as we'd like. And so we've talked about adding a section to our newsletter with just a recap of the work that's happening.
Okay. Yeah, and besides sharing the information of the work that's happening, do those representatives also ask for issues that from their school to be brought to the focus group? Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we have, with the faculty advisory committee, like our representative will ask the staff, do you guys want me to bring anything up? Is there anything, when I go to this meeting? I was just curious.
Yeah, no, I don't know that, I mean, we definitely, I don't know that we, I guess we don't talk about sunshine and rainbows. I mean, we're always talking about problems and solving solutions, but I don't know, Lindsay, I mean, you're a part of this. I don't know that we necessarily have an opportunity. I mean, I don't know.
I don't
feel
know
like
that we're,
voices are heard.
yeah,
but-
I don't know that we're necessarily going to our staff and saying like, is there anything you want me to bring up? But as we're having topics about different conversations, I might say, this is something that's going on in McAuliffe or within our center-based program. And there's a lot of back and forth feedback, I feel like.
Yeah, I think you just want to make sure that the people on the focus group have a way to hear the people in their building. I mean, I'm sure you talk to all the special ed teachers in your building, right? Just to make sure we're getting all their voices.
But the focus group isn't building based, so like how
Right.
much do occupational therapists, for example, how frequently are they all together? I think, and maybe that becomes, maybe they do, maybe they have their own group, but it'd be nice if it was just a little, I don't want you all to, I'm sure you can figure out problems, but just, maybe there might be something that people think, oh, more minds can work on this solution than one.
So I do think that this is probably where now that I'm wrapping my head around what you're asking, so I apologize. I do think where we get that information is those monthly special education department meetings at each building that we facilitate, right? So we do provide an opportunity in that forum, and again, that could be building specific, that could be department specific, right? So I think that is where we probably obtain that information, if that makes sense.
That's great. It's just that there is an avenue in place for
Yeah.
people to bring up a situation that you may not even be aware of because it is so localized.
Great. I think it's great that you're working on getting the caseloads down and that you've come a long way from 2019, 2020. And I like in the principal's letter that it talks about the importance of them, if they are teaching 6 classes at the secondary level, that they maybe don't have a seminar. I think there's definitely ways to help with that. And I don't know if there's a way to make it. Absolutely, yeah, or a mascot hour. I don't want them to be like, well, everybody else is getting, a lessened workload and we're going to still be teaching 6 and, things like that. So having this to show the things that we are doing, and I like it to be guaranteed, but I'm struggling with how to make it guaranteed.
Mindful too of the fact that regular ed, we have flexibility a lot in our curriculum, and SPED is so driven by required number of minutes and by those annual IEPs that you can't just say, well, I'm going to flip this another week from now. We had 2 snow days and I have an IEP and, I didn't get some data collection that I needed from a teacher. It's just trying to be mindful as gen ed teachers how their world is different and want them to feel that we're bringing into focus just the real life responsibilities of their particular job.
Could we, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, of our resource secondary teachers, maybe to Todd and to Sherry, how realistic, or how many would you predict that we think would have 6? And how realistic would it be to give the remaining ones no seminar? Like, what burden would that place on the rest of the staff?
I think that that's also, it's a tricky question, right? Because I will tell you, I have heard more of a request from special education to ensure that caseload sizes are manageable, and they were comfortable with the 6, with some flexibility with a seminar, right? So I've actually heard the opposite of what you guys have been sharing.
Well, and I think that's key. It would be helpful, how many people are we talking about that go beyond that caseload? And, okay, I don't want you to, well, I don't need you to articulate that, but my thought is, for those outliers that have a large caseload, what are we doing because they then have that 6th hour and the additional caseload and everything? So are we trying to make sure that where all possible, that's not a year to year? You know, everybody has to take it for the team 1 year sometimes.
So I can tell you, I would say, and Todd could speak up to this as well, but I would say that if we had a situation to where we found ourselves in a position that a staff member was going to exceed what our range was, right, we would want to make sure, again, not all students, although identified, require the same level of support, right? And so what we have done in situations where we see a higher number necessary is maybe it's students who require the least amount of support. So again, it's still a level of support, yes, but the amount of support that student may require is vastly different. And so it makes up, it's not the same, I know, but it does make up for a little bit of the balance. I would say, I know that that's something that happens all of the time in the buildings.
Yeah, I think those conversations, we've navigated those conversations all the time at the high school level with Amanda specifically, and whenever we get to the situation where a caseload is higher, or we have a specific teacher with a tough schedule or whatever it is, we're always navigating those conversations. We're navigating them now for next year and making sure that you know, we are following these guidelines and we're balancing that out as best we can.
I think something to think about as we're building master schedules would be if SPED teachers with those higher caseloads could, for example, not have a seminar or not have a mascot hour, where that gives them additional time, which is a perfect time because teachers are all in seminars. So as a SPED teacher, if I needed to go and have a conversation with a gen ed teacher, it's a great time to do that.
Yeah,
Same thing with
absolutely.
mascot hour. So it might even be more valuable time for that. And it's something that at least gives them that time, which is so important for SPED. Because like I say, that I think that the role of the SPED teacher's time is so looming.
Yeah, absolutely. We try to protect that seminar time for all of our special education teachers. And, you know, we're at a point where, because we're moving to 5, we have more teachers in the building. And so when you spread out that population with a few more teachers available, then it's easier to kind of remove those special education teachers from that seminar lottery, if you will.
The only piece that, again, I always feel like I have to provide a disclaimer under special education umbrella is that I think it's important to note, having worked in the secondary world, I know that our master schedule tends to drive a lot of things, right? And in special education, our numbers fluctuate so frequently that it could it may not be an immediate adjustment to a schedule, right? I think we have to front load as much as we can, but I just feel like I have to give that disclaimer, right? That we could have an influx of move-ins in October and not have been, not have seen those students coming in.
So do you, and I know you have mentioned this before, when you've had like a staff opening, that you have been able to provide an additional day or two of paperwork. So is that a solution for someone who maybe has picked up additional, to come to you and be proactive and say, you know, hey, I'm just going to put in a request in for one more day, just if nothing else, to learn about who these new kids are and what I need to do?
Yeah.
Maybe that's in place, but.
Right, we've definitely worked, again, case-by-case situation, right? So, no, that's okay, I just want to be like case-by-case situation, but we absolutely have, I feel, and I hope that our staff would feel this way as well, we've really worked to ensure that our staff, again, I understand that still sub-plans have to be made to have a paperwork day, but I will tell you that I have had so many emails from staff saying, please don't take these away. We need these. They're so valuable. And so I feel like even with the sub-plan requirement being necessary, I think that people are still appreciative of them. And so, and again, we've made adjustments as needed, right? So we have situations happening across the district to where we had a late hire. And so until that hire was onboarded, we provided some additional paperwork days for people who were helping and assisting. Or we had another situation to where we had some unexpected move-ins, a family of them who required an extensive amount of support. And we provided some additional time for that team to be able to be prepared for those services.
I was going to ask earlier, do you think there is a need to update that MOU or amend it in some way to specifically address secondary special education teachers and have like a separate acknowledgement or something at the beginning of the efforts? Is that not helpful? Is that, you know, is this and sharing this information enough? You know, how can we make them feel seen and heard?
I like to see it memorialized as to efforts that have been put in place by Sherry and her department. It seems to me, my experience has been that Sherry's very accessible. I would think that, you know, SPED people should be really working with their coordinators as well as the, you know, to express what they need, because we all want to be compliant with what we need to do in providing services for our kids. So it's a different job. And so these are things, what we were trying to do moving from 6 to 5 was to create work-life balance. Mm-hmm. And so I think something that states this is what we are doing, and I think including that SPED focus group is huge. Mm-hmm. I think
including paperwork days, if it's something that they like that much, could that be put into our agreement?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so I don't disagree. I think we need to memorialize it somehow in the MOU. We did far too much work over the last 2 or 3 years to have a section of our secondary teachers not feel heard.
Yeah.
And even though we have addressed it, we just need to make sure that they do see it and know that we have. So I'm partial to the language we put together here, because I think we spent a lot of time, I think it's factual. Maybe that's something that we can kind of massage and get into the MOU as well, because.
Or we could attach it as like.
I was going to say, is there a place there's language now in our contract that talks about teaching 5 to 7 hours. I think it would be beneficial to put something in there. It doesn't have to be super specific in the contract, but something is efforts are made to address work-life balance for special ed, because that's going to look different for, as you say, you know, you have resource teachers, but then you have programs, and you have to find that same work-life balance, and that might be addressed in different ways as well. Also, just thinking ahead of what's happening in our Kansas legislature, which I'm sure you are losing sleep over, this could just be a steamroller or another thing where we may have to come back and be even more creative because our caseloads could be even more impacted by potential legislation. I don't think we need to negotiate something that hasn't happened yet, but I think that this is a cooperative effort, and I think, speaking for NEA, I think we'd much rather be working on that as a team as opposed to just bringing problems as they come
Right,
up.
right.
So I just wanted to know that we are aware of, as an organization, what your world is looking like right now.
The only thing that I would just want to say that we have made a valiant effort to be more proactive when it comes to, again, move-in situations or an increased level of identification of students who have been here in general education. And when we're seeing numbers alter, whether it's, again, whether it's classified support, or whether it's the addition of certified support, right? Sometimes you have to look at those needs to then make that determination, and having the honest dialogue with the team in regards to what is really going to be the most impactful to support the students here. Is it another certified teacher, or do we need the consideration of classified? And we've included building local teams in that discussion as well, not just making it a top-down decision, but what you see on paper isn't always the reality of the day-to-day implications. And so we've really worked to ensure that we're soliciting that perspective of the teacher, of the related service provider, the building principal, all of those other entities.
So if we're going to add language, maybe we can talk about that at some point, of getting like a subcommittee to work on that.
Yeah, I think it's gonna, I was looking at the language that we have right now, and it's very, I'm listening to Sherry saying, I have to have a disclaimer, I have to have a disclaimer, so I think it would have to be so careful to not provide guarantees that we can't, meet. Are you talking about the P&A, or are you talking about?
We're talking about the
I'm
MOU.
talking something in the P&A, and I don't think it has to be specific, but I think it can be the needs of SPED are different than regular classrooms, and ongoing dialogue. I don't want to be, I'm not the person to be crafting this.
There already language in this agreement, and I understand you're talking about the idea of adding language to the MOU, but what I'm saying is, you have to recreate the wheel. If you do decide, you're not there yet to add language, could some of it be modeled here, and/or refer back to, I don't know what kind of document this is, is it a standard document?
This is just
Just a communication.
That's a communication. I personally feel like I see it in the contract as more of an acknowledgement of the work of SPED. And that how the
Right now, I found the P&A language that's talking about secondary moving, no more than 5 teaching periods, blah, blah, blah. Then it just says, this provision shall not apply to special education teachers. Subject matter preparations and teaching periods for special education teachers will be established by the principal after consultation with teachers in consideration of student and teacher needs.
And that part is in reference to when a secondary teacher is assigned 4 or more different subject matter preparations. So this one, that's what I was wondering, is that little part, does that last sentence mean right now in our negotiated agreement, special education teachers' schedules are established by the principal and a consultation with the teacher. Do you know what I mean?
That language is addressing the fact that when teachers could teach up to 6, if you taught 4 different preps, you could decline. So it's really obsolete language if we've gone from 6 to 5. And the SPED language at that point is, they just do preps differently in SPED because so much of what you're doing is individualized.
I guess I was wondering, I know it's in that section where it's specifically talking about, like, if I taught geometry, algebra, calculus, pre-calc, I taught all 4 of those, I would not teach more than 5 classes. Thank you. But the sentence at the end, even though it's part of that section where it's talking about that, does that sentence at the end of it actually trump any language we have for teaching 5, only teaching 5 classes? Like the last
I
sentence
think
just
that's
says.
specific to that circumstance.
Okay, okay.
I think it's specific to that circumstance.
Lindsay, will you pull up just a blank Word doc or back on the issue statement document? I don't want an IBB where you guys are at, but I want to try to say where I think you're at. So it sounds as though the conversation with Sherry is informing sort of what was maybe unknown. I'm not hearing you all saying that you want to either recommend that something that is already in process be changed, and I'm not hearing you say that you think you need to have guarantees in the MOU. I think I'm hearing you say there needs to be a recognition that secondary or all special ed is not just sort of left out and not being paid attention to in terms of the issues
Workload.
you're talking about. And now the question becomes then at some point, whether you decide now or there are other things to decide, does that recognition belong in the MOU? And if it does, then what's the process for creating that recognition or that language? Am I catching where you're at right now?
Yeah, and the MOU or the PNA, which we just need to talk about the best place for it.
Okay.
I just always, my legal perspective is that I always get nervous about very clear and direct language in the PNA, that it's going to result in differences of opinion on on how we implement it later, or that it's going to be one side's going to say, well, it has to be this way, and the other side's going to say, no, there's flexibility in this language, and
And when I said MOU, I meant, quite frankly, in just blue-collar terms and non-association terms. In the union world, we just say the contract.
Okay.
But I always try to use my client's phrase, so sometimes I get confused. But so, if it's going to be in the contract, who decides, who can work on that so this group can decide what makes sense? Does that encapture where you are on special ed right now? And am I missing anything?
No, I think that's it. I think we just need to decide the best way to provide I think it's an acknowledgement piece and then an assurance piece. I'm comfortable, and as a secondary teacher, I'm comfortable with the level of assurance that's provided that this is going to be my work-life balance in the best way to do that.
I think the MOU can be a little bit more summary, kind of the things that Sherry has shared from a historical perspective. This is what has been done since 2019 and 20, so that if this issue comes back around, we have that memorialized. I think the contract can be, the PNA language can be much more general, that the emphasis for special education is on caseloads as opposed to preparations. Something as simple, maybe better said in legalese.
So something that memorializes that we measure workload.
Yeah, it's
Because
not
it's different.
always, it's
Okay.
not always preps, because that's not as applicable in the SPED world. Like you said, it's,
Yeah, that's really good, because
that
I
language.
Lindsay,
keep getting
that's all I wanted to
people,
capture on the.
Okay.
I keep getting teachers saying, okay,
I
so
don't
is
know
this
why I
going to
felt like I
apply
wanted
to
see that in
everyone? So
writing,
like,
but whatever.
do I count it in it? If I teach 6, do I get the stipend? And
Because
you're
Lindsay,
right.
I think this
it's-
is the solution.
Measuring your workload isn't always necessarily teaching only 5 classes out of 7.
Because we also recognized, moving from 6 to 5, that in our world, that could be larger class sizes for gen ed teachers, because when you cannot find somebody to teach that Chem 3 class,
Right.
you know, you're going to put more bodies in there. But for SPED, the body count is huge, because that's the real factor for, sorry. Is it lunchtime?
You got our attention there,
Yeah,
Linda.
yeah. The number, just your caseload impacts.
It does, but I do have to do another disclaimer that not all, it's not a one-for-one type of situation, right? One of Lindsay's students could equate to 3 of a resource caseload, right? So I just want to be very careful with that, because it really isn't, while we use a range, right, it doesn't mean that it's, every student doesn't demonstrate the same type of need, and some require a higher level of support than others, but we factor that in when we're looking at staffing and needs, right? So I'm probably just trying to
No,
make sure that you guys understand that.
We understand that, and we also understand that there's fluid numbers.
Okay.
You know, and that might become a building level. What do we do to support Mike, who for the next foreseeable future, till we get someone hired, has a higher caseload? That's why average is good and fluid.
So we're talking about a subcommittee that's trying to tackle 2 things, some additional language in the MOU that captures what we've done and what we intend to do, and then also some language in the P&A that memorializes our efforts as well.
And seeing how difficult it can be to get people together in a subcommittee, I almost wonder if it should be, I have the morning now in the office, and so do you, and if it would be easier for some of us to be on a subcommittee if we're not in the classroom.
And Rachel would be great, since,
I knew it.
sorry, but
I'm already trying to think of wording in my head, so. Okay, so we're thinking that, that we'll form a subcommittee that will revise the MOU and draft new P&A language that addresses, I don't know how to say it, like what's the bright?
Well, you had said, and I don't know if it's the right answer, but what I heard Linda say is maybe the P&A language doesn't need to go, as far as describing that the MOU would go as far, but the P&A language, I know that might have not made sense. P&A language, you said, it should just clarify that it's not hours taught. Instead, it is what? Was it?
it's
It
not
defines workload
preparation,
for
but
special
yeah,
education
you are
teachers.
still addressing work-life balance with focusing on caseloads.
Caseload, that was what you said.
I even see, looking that document in front of us and hearing what Sherry said, where it says, make it 200 again, resource caseloads less than 15. I think we need to put in there a range, an appropriate range, or, because then, well, I'm 16, and something that, over time, or something to that, because you're going to have moments when that's going to increase. But I also think it would be good to whatever we write to bring back, to get Sherry's
Oh, yeah,
eyes on it.
oh, yeah. She may.
I think Sherry needs to be on the team.
Yeah.
I was going to say, are we done with Sherry? But I don't know, Sherry, I think they like you here. So it's 11:05. I know we're going to lunch in 25 minutes. Is there any final confirmation on where this is heading and when it comes back here before we try to maybe move on to the next issue? But at one point, we said the next issue should go right into staffing and caseload. Should it, or is it okay now to go into late resignation?
Are we at a stopping point on that until the subcommittee needs? Or?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
at least on the SPED part of the next issue. It was talking about caseloads and just kind of wanting to get an update from you on that. So
So move that back and come, and then start with late resignations.
I think that makes sense. I think we do need to appoint a head of this committee so that that person can be in charge of scheduling and make sure we all know who is on this subcommittee. All right, I'll be in charge. So, me, Sherry, Jill.
Lindsay? No?
I know, I think.
if you
that's
guys
good.
are meeting during like office hours, that's gonna be really tough for me. I mean, I can share
you
lots of thoughts with Jill and Sherry and
Okay,
do it that way, you know, like.
okay.
And I was just suggesting it during like the morning school day.
Yeah.
Because I have found, trying to get 10 people together on a supplemental salary schedule.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Yeah,
So now that I have the morning as president time.
yeah, okay. Is 3 enough?
Dr. Morgan has a spin background.
Thank you. I'd be happy to help if I can.
Okay. We've got a team of 4.
You all already have 2 things coming back April 5th. Does this need to come back April 5th or
I
bump
don't
that
think
out a little
we'll
bit?
fit it.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't seem to
so-
be, it's super urgent.
Okay.
Important, but maybe not urgent.
Okay. I'll reach out, and I'll try and do, I try and do a lot of homework before these things, so we like just start putting something, so we have a starting point, so I'll try and make it really efficient, and it may be something that's appropriate to meet, remotely, you know, so nobody has to drive anywhere. We can talk about that, though, later.
Okay, I don't know how big of an issue or how deep of an issue late resignation is going to be, but can we go ahead and start now and go 20 minutes?
On that last one, we still have middle school mascot hour to talk about as well.
Oh, middle school mascot hour was not something we talked about when we talked about student support hour?
No, that's different.
John, you're a little late on this. You need to help me out when I'm trying to keep mark off our list, you know? So let's back up to that then. What we need to talk about, John. Me too.
So the middle school mascot hour, I think, is kind of similar to how the elementary time frame was, just in the fact that it's different per middle school. Some middle schools utilize their mascot hour as kind of like high school seminar, where,
Like a study hall maybe?
yeah, study hall, or can go to other teachers to get help. And then in other buildings, there's a lot of prep involved with getting activities set up for each day, where some buildings would have everything done for you, other buildings not. Some buildings have where those students that are in your mascot hour are the students that you would hold conferences for all of their classes. Speaking just for me, my mascot hour, I have one student out of my mascot hour that I actually see during the day because I'm off team with so many students. I don't feel comfortable having a Spanish conference because, that's not my area of expertise, or even giving a French test in that class. I think, it varies by building so much that just having that concrete of this is what's expected of mascot hour, kind of consistent across buildings in a way.
And I'll chime in with it. The middle school has mascot hour every morning. It's kind of when you come to school, you go right to that teacher's room and you stay there for 30 minutes-ish.
About, yeah.
And they used to only be actually used to be once a week, then it was twice a week, now it's 5 days a week. I think it's useful in that you can do a lot of lessons that are required by the state, the social emotional lessons. And I know some schools were using that time so that they could kind of maneuver their teachers around to have PLCs during that time, right? So like you only have to be in your classroom with your mascot students 4 days a week, and then the 5th day you can use it as PLC time with your colleagues. I think that they do prepare, for most schools, they do prepare the lessons that they need. However, sometimes the prepared lessons have errors, or they're not, there's something you can't follow in it. So if you don't prep ahead of time and look at it ahead of time, you might be showing it to your students, and then there's like mistakes or things that don't work, or, right? So, I know. I mean, we want to make sure that we don't have to prep for another, class. And so that's why they are providing the lessons to all the teachers for that mascot hour. But we also just want to make sure that the lessons are double checked or looked over, right? But I also wonder, we're losing 30 minutes of instructional time every day, having mascot hour every day. And so I just kind of wanted to look at, like, is it necessary to have it every day? When did we start doing that? And, can it be adjusted?
It can impact your courses that begin in middle school and continue on in high school. I'm going to take, for example, you taking Spanish 1. And if you have 5 minutes less of instruction every day, that's a half class period less, and yet next year you are going to move on to Spanish 2. I wonder if that's true if you 5 minutes less math instruction or any other course.
I think it'd be useful for this group to hear the why.
Yeah.
Because I think Dr. Gilhouse and I and others can maybe give you some general ideas of the why, but we're not there every day. I do think we recognize that there's been an increase to that frequency. I think they saw a need. I guess I'm getting into the weeds a little bit. I think they saw a need of trying to triage with kids as they come in at the beginning of the day and making sure they're all set up and bags are, got homework ready to go and things like that. And then at the end of the day, aren't we doing at the end of the day too with some? No?
Not at mine.
I think they might have all moved to the morning.
Yeah, where they could triage with those kids and then get them prepped for the end of the day too. So I don't know if anyone around here is experts on the why. So I'm wondering if that would be.
Well, I don't think the issue is anybody finding it not beneficial. It's just the things that are involved with it.
As everything else does, I'm sure it did evolve, and I'm sure that different schools have gotten into it and began utilizing the time, and it did continue to evolve. So the only way that I can answer that accurately, or any of us can, is to have Dr. Sherman, again, go to the middle school principals and get the parameters of what's taking place within that mascot hour, because I'm sure it has changed since I was in that position to what they're doing now. But if they can list all the things and maybe the why for that, certain days may lead to certain stuff, and so that might be able to guide us.
Yeah, and I think what you were mentioning earlier, John, was that there was at least one school where they decided first semester that the teacher of record for the mascot hour would contact the parents of all their mascot students and conference with those parents. And that was just kind of out of the ordinary, because you were doing conferences for students that you didn't actually have in an academic class. You just had them as like a study hall. And so I think since then they didn't do that for second semester, but I think just maybe looking at that decision and hoping that maybe they wouldn't do that again. I don't think that it was beneficial to be the only teacher conferencing with the parents and you're not their academic teacher.
Yeah,
So.
and somewhat like an old school homeroom
Yes,
type of deal,
right.
to where you get to know those kids the best. And I know it's probably started with the best of intentions.
Exactly.
And so that's probably a good pullback time, just to see exactly what's taking place on a day-to-day basis.
Sure.
So he can gather that information, designate each school and what's taking place, and I'm sure there's an awful lot of commonalities, but there's probably a few outliers, is my guess.
Sure. Okay.
So that would answer the Mike's why is it happening. So figuring out what is happening during mascot hour specific to schools and why. What's it being used for, and the whys they think.
Yeah.
Sure.
that'd be
I
great.
would like to think they'd go hand in hand. So
Yeah.
if we're doing something, that there's a rationale for it. So,
Yeah.
I hope so. Yeah, no, I'm sure there is.
And then you all can sort of assess from there. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, that's what I would
Who
think.
would take lead on gathering the info?
Dr. Sherman? Are you want?
I love giving him stuff to do.
I'll be
He's not
glad to
here.
talk to him and ask him. I'll take care of that with Scott.
John, anything anything else you think while information's being gathered, or is there anything else that makes sense to look at that would be helpful once this comes back?
Nothing I can think of.
Anybody else?
No, I think we probably would want to do that for our full day session in April, because we've already got 2 things for that WebEx meeting, the first
Yeah.
one in April.
Oopsies. Lindsay, I'm assuming you're capturing where we're going here on the issue statement.
511. or
I feel so spoiled that I
411.
don't take notes as a facilitator anymore. It's lovely. Okay, we are 15 minutes out from lunch. Do we want to at least open and put our eyes on the late resignation issue, even though we're probably not going to frame and focus it in 15 minutes, or maybe we are? But is it okay to go ahead and at least get it up on screen, get our heads around what we're going to jump into when we come back from lunch?
Yeah, I think it'd be good to just sort of like have an orientation to it so we can move efficiently through it when we get back. And I was thinking about your statement earlier about, some things, if you're comfortable and it's going well, you don't necessarily have to do the full, complete IBB process on everything. And that's something I had mentioned when I emailed Jill about the agenda. I do think we have, and I'd have to look at our statement to even remember, but if I was off the top of my head, like what our issue or problem is, it's just that late resignations happen, right? And they're not good for anybody. They're not good for other members that serve on that teacher's team. They're not good for students. They're not good for administration who's left scrambling. So that's the problem. And I think we did a lot of work last year to try and solve it.
Seems like
And so I think that the idea from the district representatives is that, we need some time to see how this solution is working. But we wanted to keep it kind of on our radar as we move through negotiations in the years since that solution was implemented. And so I think if everyone's comfortable with it, we really intended our issue statements to be more of a sharing, discussion, and to receive information from you guys too if you're hearing anything from your members. So 2-way discussion, but hey, heads up, this is how it's going this year. These were our numbers. These were our experiences. Definitely, if you guys are getting any feedback, good or bad, share that and just kind of have it in our notes, have it so that, if it's an issue next year, then we're building upon that discussion. But yeah, this was just sort of a monitoring, I think, thing that we had. And then assuming that we, as a team, don't decide we need to IBB and come up with some sort of solution, then our second issue is probably really quick, is that we just need to adjust the individual contract. If that, provision is staying exactly the same for next year, then we just need to make sure the individual contract reflects accurately the P&A language. Nope, there we go.
Ready for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so just to remind us of the conversation we had last year, it was asked if we could generate some historical data on how many late resignations we received each year. And so, blow it up bigger. Yep, got it. 200. I'm trying to figure out how often I wear my glasses too. All right. So historically, we had 19, in 17-18, we had 12 in 18-19, we had 13 in 19-20, and then boom, of course, that's an anomaly. We had a ton of people leaving during the pandemic, and we all know why. So that's an anomaly. So 12, 13, 19, that's, I think, pretty typical, right? This year, it's a little more robust because we're keeping it in time right now. So I, of course, took out IDs and names. And I don't know if we want to take a time. It's, the logistics probably isn't important. It's probably the gross numbers. And so we're looking at 28 people at this point have had late resignations or early resignations, however you want to term it. And then you can see that. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, take out the school too. All right, got it. Thank you for that. I'm going to close it.
It's in the folder.
I got it. I'm going to do it.
What happened?
Sorry. Delete.
Then that way you can't.
Yep.
Is 28 less
than what what was last year's? 47? Okay.
That was just the penalties.
And, oh, I see. Well, yeah, well, that first one you were showing, is you were adding them together, people that had a penalty waived and people that had paid it? So technically it's 31 back in 17,
Oh,
18?
yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. I just
No, you're
wanted
right.
to, I wanted to,
31, you're correct. 31, 24, 23, and then 55.
Okay.
You're correct, yeah. Thank
And
you
then
for
so
that.
yes, it
Here
was a
we're at, what,
very
28,
large jump,
you
We're at
said?
28 right now.
more than double,
Yeah.
almost triple. Well, not almost triple, between double, triple.
And just to clarify, 28 are those who have resigned so far this year?
Who resigned prior to completing their contract, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
So this is like since June 1, right? So whatever-
June 1.
Yeah, whatever that date
Say it
starts.
again, Jay, I'm sorry.
It's not saying who has paid into it.
There is some data there, but yeah, this is just total, yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, we've had some minor discussions as a team, as an HR team about this. Anecdotally, and again, a trend does not make. But it appears as though we've got more volume of people taking advantage of it, would be our analysis initially. But we're still in a pandemic, so there's many factors at play. Again, anecdotally, I think we would maybe make a suggestion that, you know, the 10 days isn't a deterrent, you know? The $2,000 still isn't much of a deterrent, but
But 28 is less than,
55?
and then the 31 from 1920.
yeah. So 23 in that year, 24 in that year, 31 the year before, yeah.
I think that the other thing to look at is the gap. Because in the past, it was almost, you know, typically immediately, and then you were in a lurch. Whereas maybe now, you know, there were some suitable replacements.
Yeah.
And there wasn't such a drastic change to the,
Yeah, we had very few people waited for the suitable replacement.
This
Which
year?
is fine,
yeah.
yeah. But again, there's no ask or no wish. We think that this is a great step forward. And we want to see how it plays out.
I think it's great to have this historical data and to keep looking at that as much as possible. I think it would be good too to see who's resigning to leave the profession as opposed to who's leave, or how many, do you have any idea how many people left to go to what we would say a competitor, you know, a similar job in a different district?
Yeah, we did keep track of that, so you can see, you know, staying home, leaving the field, different district, outside district, maybe out of state.
Yeah.
We try to, we're trying to
Okay,
keep track of
okay.
it.
Yeah.
Because as we, you know, if you read too much social media, which I'm trying to not, it could be depressing on many fronts, but, you know, this great exodus. It'd be really interesting for our figures to see if that's the case. Are people just like saying, I'm done, I'm going to go work, do something completely different? Or, I mean, it kind of looks like it's just kind of a hodgepodge of my life's changed or pandemic. I know that I have, I've worked with at least a couple of members who had to resign. They were out of days and they had family or health issues that they just financially, it wasn't going to work for them to continue to work too, which I think was exacerbated by the pandemic. So I think we can just examine trends and kind of watch to see.
And bringing up a little bit more on the math side, did our number of certified positions grow as well? Should we be looking at it as a percentage of our overall staff? I mean, a small school district's going to have a lot less resignations than us because they have less staff.
That's a pretty good point.
So
Yeah.
I don't know if we should look at like what percentage of our staff resigned early in these years.
Yeah, we added 54 ESSER positions.
Right.
alone. We're adding
Secondary.
secondary at, I don't know, how many new staff did you get, Todd?
Then weren't we going for like 40 this year
I
in
think it was
second?
40 district-wide.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
that's valid.
just a thought.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, we're pleased about the efforts that this team made last year, and with the state upholding, our penalty. That to me is good news too. So we can keep monitoring things.
And I have a copy of that decision if anyone's interested in it, but it basically just says that because there was you had to serve those 10 days to be eligible to pay the late resignation penalty. So in advising going forward, whether it's a professional employee going to human resources or going to the association, the gist of that is that if you go the 10 days and you don't pay the penalty, the consequence of that is not going to be an action against your license. It is probably going to be us turning you over to collections. If you do not serve those 10 days, then the district has no choice. I'd never want to do that again. That's
Is
a
that-
horrible process.
Now, we could talk sometime, 'cause I did that for 7 years, perpetual
It's
jury.
awful.
But is that only if you're a new employee? Was that because that person had never worked for the district? Or is that an
No.
annual thing? You need to work 10 days?
You just need to give your 2 weeks notice before your last day of work. And I don't, all I know is that individual was advised that multiple times in writing and explained that, and they chose to give, I believe they gave notice like at the end of the day, one day, and never came back again.
And so for like, if that would be someone who has been in the district 10 years, they need to report to work and work those
Yes.
10 days, because it's really, you need to have worked the new contract.
Well, you
Okay.
need to.
Or just do it enough in advance that you don't even hit, right? Your 28 days comes before
The
the
28
first
days, yes.
contract day. Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Because the 10-day with the liquidated damage, that was trying to make sure that no matter what, we didn't have someone just say, I'm not going to
Goodbye.
be here tomorrow.
Right, and unfortunately, that's
It did happen.
And it
That
did
would
happen.
And of course, and
You
I
can't
hope
control
everyone
it.
here knows that if it was a medical emergency, family emergency, there are P&A protections for those individuals, there are legal protections for those individuals, and human resources always works with those individuals. So just want to provide assurance that it was not that kind of situation where I have a family member that needs support or I'm not able to because I have a health condition. It was not that
It
kind
was
of
not that.
circumstance.
Not at all.
So,
Yeah, so to Rachel's second point or third point, whatever it was, I'm sorry, we would like to make a request to change the language on the actual contract, as it still last year reflected the $1,000 liquidated damages before we issue new contracts this year.
if you guys want over lunch, I can make sure, I think I have the current version of the form contract. And it might just be changing 1 to 2, but I'll pull it up and I can put it on the screen.
Is there any reason to have language? Does our current P&A address the situation that ended up taking you to the Professional Practices Commission? Do we need to clarify that, you must have worked,
Well, the commission thought the commission understood it. The commission thought it was clear. I mean, when we'd explained it to the teacher, we just copied and pasted from the agreement. So I don't think we had really any interpretation issues. The interpretation confusion came with a state reg, that kind of conflicts with state law, but says, hey, if you have liquidated damages, you must go that avenue as opposed to seeking.
But in this case, we had that day clause.
Yes.
And as a person who, that person, their only thing they would have been able to do would have been give the 28 days notice, and they could have done that.
Right.
She would have given, if they would have given 10 days, then we would have accepted the liquidated damages. And there would have
Okay,
been-
so it didn't have anything to do with the fact that it was a new person, they hadn't worked 10 days. It was, they never gave their 10 days notice.
They gave
Right.
notice and walked out.
Because
That
they had
helps
actually
us.
worked 10 days. It was over Labor Day
Okay.
weekend. So they would have actually worked, they multiple times could have given their.
Could have given their
notice.
notice. That helps us as we advise people.
Yeah.
So I don't think we need language. I just needed to
Yep.
have my brain wrapped around it. I'd love to see that just for my own personal interest.
I'll email it to you.
That'd be great.
So Rachel, you were saying you, coming back from lunch, maybe this group can take a look at what language update or change would look like in relation to this?
Just on, under the Kansas Professional Negotiations Act, the form contract is a mandatorily negotiable issue. So the district cannot revise that contract even to reflect current P&A language unless that is agreed to
In the P&A?
as a negotiations issue. And so we just need to we just need to come to an agreement on the way to do that.
Show us, what's changing.
Yeah,
And again, what's not changing in the P&A, but what's changing in the teacher contract?
correct.
Okay.
The actual form we signed.
Okay.
Yes, which isn't, it's not attached to the P&A or anything like that, but if, we can't modify it at all without agreement from the union.
Okay.
So I can do that over lunch because I don't think it'll take very much. And I think that concludes all of our late resignation issues, once we get done with that. And then if everyone's ready, if all the other issues on the agenda are to a stopping point, then I would assume we would move to aggressive student behaviors.
Yeah.
But we haven't done,
Are we missing something?
yeah, we didn't do, we just addressed SPED when it came to staffing in case.
Yeah, but we
Oh.
moved the other,
It's NEA-4.
What are we missing from
did we
NEA
table
4?
that till later, or am I confused?
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
No, well, we were gonna put that up with prep time
Mm-hmm.
and move late resignations after that, but then we realized that we just needed some clarification on the SPED part of that issue, but there's more to that issue.
To NEA 4, so we need to return to NEA 4.
Okay.
Okay,
And then hopefully before we leave today, you'll at least get into aggressive student behavior.
yep.
Okay, 11:33, come back just a few minutes after, oh wait, how long have you been taking, 45 minutes or half?
We'll come back at 1.
Oh, an hour,
'cause
okay.
we got to catch up on stuff.
All right, 1 o'clock.
Mike?
Okay, we're ready if you're ready. All right, I'm gonna cast, what I did was I highlighted the current language in the form teacher contract regarding resignations tendered after the statutory deadline, and then I provided like options of ways I thought we could do it. I think it's a balance between saying nothing and referring to the P&A, so people are gonna have to go look, versus, throwing out that 2,000 number, so at least they know that. So we just have to decide what we want to do.
Do new teachers that are new, entering into a new first-time contract have access to the P&A?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. This is like, all right. I don't know if you guys can read that. Ooh, okay. So all it says right now is resignations tendered after the statutory deadline will be accepted subject to payment of liquidated damages in the sum of $1,000 to the district. So here's the 3 options I came up with, and there could be other ways to do it. We can change that to 2,000, but then that does not give them they might think they can just pay that and get out when that's not what the contract says right now. The second, I pulled our summary from our joint statement. So that would be like, instead of referring them to the correct article in the P&A, that's like our summary statement basically from when we did our joint statement, providing information to everybody about what our solution was. Now that doesn't though account for like the exceptions, but I thought if we put that in there, then we're getting really long and this already barely fits on 1 page. Or we could just say, will be accepted subject to article blah, 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 and then in the articles of agreement, which is how the P&A is referred to in this form contract. So.
I mean, to me, it makes the most sense to link it back, and then I don't know if we just want to have subject to, I mean, we could just pull out that part in the contract and have like separation agreement and just have a section and that it just referenced that. So anytime going further, if we want to, if there's to edit, we just know we're gonna.
You can just put all the language in there, like just copy and paste that provision in the contract?
No, what I'm saying is subject to, say we, instead of article, whatever, if we just had a section that was like separation and we just referenced right there, subject to our separation clause in the.
Okay, so,
It's 5H3.
what's the article, like the Roman numeral?
5.
Oh, duh. You just didn't say V?
And I was
Is that what you
saying,
mean?
because we always change my thought process is if it was its own little section and we just acknowledged that section, because we have an issue of changing article numbers or whatever, then it wouldn't be referencing something that always had to be updated.
Oh, subject to is it called the late resignation provision, or what is it?
So Article 5, Article B is titled General Employment Provisions. H is resignations, and then 3 just says late resignation, and then it goes into all the things.
We could do it like that too and take out that reference.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That way it's just pretty generic and we don't have to always change it in case.
The only I think that was my top preference. The only downside to that is that if you are trying to get information about how you resigned from your form contract, you're gonna have to go to the P&A and read it, right? It's not just like, before it was like right there in your contract, but I don't know a
would
simple way to
assume
put it.
Most people go to the P&A
Okay,
if they need
I
to
think
look.
we try to get people just to print this off so they know which doggone step they're on. I mean.
I
think
print and
people
save
sign it,
mine
especially
every
now
year.
Since we don't get a hard copy, you have to remind people, save it to, your desktop, print a copy, but they do go to the P&A.
Because if you don't save it, I don't know that there's necessarily, or at least I haven't found a place to access it on the
After the
staff tab.
fact.
Yeah, like once you sign it, if you don't save it,
It's not available.
it's
Because I think the
gone.
email tells you to save a copy for your records.
So I don't know that people necessarily always have this to go back and reference. I think they do reference the P&A, or I'm assuming
I just
They
like
talk to
Google
one
it.
call
of us.
somebody.
Okay,
I like pushing him back towards the P&A. I think it's just good practice. I mean, if you're breaking your contract, take a look at your P&A, you know,
Just in general, you should probably read your
right? And we do tell them that upon hire, but
You
yes.
you should know what you are agreeing to.
It's not
You
like your
okay?
software terms and conditions.
which I do get to read in my job, which is really fun. So do we want to see if what I currently have up there, I'll highlight the whole sentence. If we have a consensus on that, then I'll delete out the options. Do you want to check and see if everyone's comfortable with that?
No, I don't know if we're voting. I was.
The articles
we-
of, okay,
So-
articles of agreement,
That's what it says in this thing. If you want,
can we say that?
we can change the reference to articles of agreement everywhere to professional negotiated agreement.
I think if we're gonna update, I think that at least is a document that people
Correct.
know what it's called. I hate to create
Okay.
laws, but, I've never referred to the agreement as the article.
It's always the P&A.
Okay, and do we want to then, I'll go through and do that before I send this to the powers that be at HR that make sure this is the form that goes in the system. Do, after the first time, well, first of all, let's check this. Is that right? Or should I take out the of?
Yeah, it's just National Education Association Shawnee Mission.
Okay, gonna delete that. After the first time, here, I think here's the first time. Do you
No.
want me to put P&A in parentheses and then just use P&A throughout, or should we just say professional negotiated agreement every time?
I'd say professional, well, yeah, professional negotiated agreement.
Okay. Okay,
Can
I'll
we-
correct that.
I'm sorry, this is off topic, but while we're here, can we have a conversation about 3 and the dates? The last couple years, I know at least, we've struggled with what to put there. We would like just to make a reference to the board-approved calendar rather than spelling it out. It's at the bottom where it says 5 full.
6, 7, 10.
Yeah, it's, and because we're like, well, what is this one school improvement day? And I'm like, I don't know what that means
We don't call
anymore.
them school improvement
Right.
days anymore, so.
Okay, so we're talking about the very last
The very
sentence.
last sentence.
I'm sorry, you guys, I'm making this as big as I can, it's just
It's fine.
a nightmare.
I don't even know if it's needed, or maybe a reference to the board-approved, calendar is basically what it's saying. It's just putting it in words on the contract.
Do we even need that sentence?
It's kind of interesting that part of the P&A is specified, but other parts aren't. Unless we're just trying, unless that's,
Added in reference to something changing at some point in time and that we don't know what it was.
Well, and even in the, what is that, the second sentence, it shall continue through and inclusive of May 26, 2023, provided all of that, like, wouldn't all of that from basically it shall till the end just be comprised of
School calendar.
The school calendar?
Yeah.
Because the first part just says that you are required to report on the date that you're required to report. And so I would think that the ending would just be, you're done when the calendar says you're done.
Well, or after 187 days.
That B is important because
Yeah.
it's different. for-
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad idea every year to put the end date of the calendar, something that they can see visually before they sign.
We didn't have a problem with that. It was really that last one, because
Yeah.
we basically just picked out one of the professional learning days and said, well, this is the one we're talking about.
I think that last line includes, I think you could say the contract includes 5 professional development days. I'm wondering if the intent of that originally, it's not in the contract with the part with 187 days, is that those 5 professional days are inclusive of the 187 days we work. Oh, yeah. They maybe had to designate that in their contract. It probably just, that whole sentence doesn't need to be there.
That would be my preference.
So this date might not, this date I need to, that'll be a different day every year, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And there's
Some other dates. This was the
Yeah.
most recent version I had in my email, but I know it hasn't changed, so I need to fix the reference to,
one, an A.
years
Yeah,
and-
those-
like this would just be. Okay, is there anything else that we want to do while we're in here, other than, obviously, some of these have to be, like, the step in the classification are blanks.
The of,
You found another one?
right underneath where you're at, the line down from your cursor.
4A.
Right, yeah.
4A. Oh, perfect.
And right above that, if you're doing blanks, I'm not sure if you want to blank out the 1920 salary schedule.
Yep. Okay, looks like it's correct everywhere. I just want to find, okay. I'll go through and make sure all the references here are blank, and all of the references to the articles of agreement are to the professional negotiated agreement. Actually haven't even read this entire thing. Only parts of it. Okay. Okay.
articles right there, and then 7.
I'll look through it. I'll read it start to finish and catch them all when we're tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Cool.
Just space. Between the.
Oh. See, I don't know how they get this into whatever software shoots it out, you know? It should be like that.
It's
Yeah.
fancy computer programming.
Okay.
Okay, there's a consensus on that issue statement. But also, is it going to be a continued item to look back to each year on the resignation spreadsheet and tracking?
Potentially, I mean, that would be up to the board ultimately as we review issues with them, if it's something that they want us to continue to raise as an issue for negotiations, but I suspect they will, because it's one of the more challenging things that human resources has to deal with every year. That's part of our negotiated agreement. But I do think, Mike's comment that it's a big step forward. I think I'm always going to be an advocate for really black and white things in the agreement that's really clear, and nobody has to be the quote-unquote bad guys we've talked about or make decisions that might make employee feel like they're being treated differently than someone else. So that you can't always make that perfect, but I think it's a lot better, and nobody is playing God or having to decide who's deserving of something and who's not.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, for sure.
It might be interesting to how many days are out that building's vacant, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like 38 days, just.
And as Jill said,
Then, maybe you would have to, it should, maybe it should be, now 14 days, you really have to.
Right.
and also I think it'd be interesting, rather than just total numbers, to do it, what percentage of
Yeah, staff.
staff that is.
Okay. Are you all ready to move on to caseload and staffing?
Yeah.
Sure. Perfect.
Is Jill, I think she got a call. I don't know who is going to introduce that, but I don't know if we need her back.
I can, yeah. Let me put it up here. Okay. So we had titled this one Staffing and Caseloads. Our issue statement: how do we address staffing shortages to improve the health and well-being of staff and meet the academic and social emotional needs of students? And so kind of brief overview focusing just around staffing. I think one of the areas that we were looking at and why we wanted to have Sherry come in is just talking about caseloads. We hear that that's, a big thing for SPED, and just to know that that's already being worked on. This year in our survey, we also got a lot of feedback from the counselors of just their caseloads and the number of students that they're seeing, and just looking at that as well. Elementary specialists, I think this, as long as I've been in the district, elementary specialists and their schedule has come up. I think just the number of kids in buildings, and I think that there's a big difference in elementaries, the number of kids elementary specialists are seeing in a day. Looking at teaching 5 out of 7, that elementary elective special schedule, I think making sure that they're going to be 5 out of 7 if at all possible. What else was I missing on that one? For elementary, or for secondary electives?
Under counselors was the middle school counseling load that doesn't have a coordinator at their level, and they also don't have the administrative support that high schools do. They don't have a designated secretary, and their caseloads are the equivalent of their counterparts at the high schools. And so they would like to have one coordinator for the 5 high schools, a designated coordinator. Middle schools.
So before we frame and focus, I just want to reinforce some good habits. If you back up to the issue statement, where it says, how do we address staffing shortages? The rest I think looks great. But is everything you're going to talk about and everything you've brought forward due to a commonly agreed upon staffing shortage, or some of the issues you're going to talk about just practice, structure, or the way things are? And I'm asking that because you're embedding sort of an assumption that your work is around a staffing shortage. Is your work broader than that? In other words, I would say, is it how do we staff to improve the well-being of, right? Do you need the word address and shortage? Or is there just I don't know, is it just a given that everything on this list is due to a shortage in staff and you just need to, right? I mean,
I don't know, like, are these
Yeah.
positions that we've had before,
That's
that
what
we
I'm
don't have
asking.
now?
Right.
I truly don't know.
Yeah, I think I would need a little more context from the association to better answer that.
I'm looking at secondary electives in the idea of maybe choir, for instance, where in the past, you might not have had to travel to 3 different buildings. You were at one building the whole time, and or just one, maybe just 2 buildings, or so are we hiring enough elective teachers so that their schedules aren't too difficult or, unmanageable? Maybe the when you say elementary specialists.
So before
you
we
mean
move on-
Specials? Okay.
Jill, on that first example you gave, it's a great one to unpack just a little bit.
Yeah.
For example, the schedule of the specials teachers, is it a schedule that's happening because there are staff shortages? And if you filled the staff shortages, their schedule wouldn't be like that? See, right, I'm thinking that the fact that we call everything a staff shortage, when it may be problems that need to be resolved, but the root of the problem and the resolution may not be assumed to always be add more staff.
Sure.
Maybe sometimes it
Right.
will be, but so that's where I'm just going to ask you all, do you want to reconsider removing the word, address staffing shortages? And aren't you just really saying you whether there are shortages or not, you want to staff in order to achieve what you've put in your issue statement? Shortages, no shortages, is your issue statement about how do we staff?
Yeah, I think shortages could go away, but staffing,
I mean, it is about staffing, but it's not always going to be about shortages until you really peel it back for each individual situation. Anybody else want to say they're seeing it differently? That's okay. I just want to make sure your issue statement's not one that drives you always down to certain assumptions.
Right.
Is this like about scheduling everyone who falls outside of the 5 out of 7 gen ed secondary? I mean, is that kind of like we're trying to address the schedules of people who don't fall within that improvement?
no, it has to do, and Mike and I have worked on this. We spent a little bit of time together with this, and I think some of it hopefully will be resolved when we move to 5. We just have, in the case of band and strings, we have one high school feeder area that has one more elementary school than the others.
Okay.
And so that has made for a really tight schedule for those teachers having to be in multiple buildings and travel. So that's a big specific issue that we're hoping 5 to 7 works there, helps out. In one case, it was an all elementary teacher, and that creates some issues as far as travel time, or just the amount of time you need to build into. If you're in 8 different buildings, you might be having conversations with 8 different principals about concert schedules, or getting necessary musical equipment places and such. And so that extra teaching, that 8th section, if you will, has an impact. And I do think maybe we'll have more flexibility even with secondary, hiring additional secondary staff, because music's all kind of one program, K-12. So that's where that comes from.
And I didn't want to, I kind of took the floor from Jill. She was starting to go through that list, and I'm sorry that then it got sort of lost. So I don't know if we want to kick it back to Jill or Linda if you want to continue.
Kick it back to Jill.
But for now, we've taken out the word shortage. But if you guys work through this and you're all sort of of consensus that, yeah, all of these were pretty much about shortages, well, then maybe it goes back in. I don't want to get hung up on it. But what I don't want to do is like, you all to approach the mindset that each one is about a shortage until you really peel that back. So,
Well, and I would say that first one, ensure lunch and plan time, that's not necessarily about a shortage. It's about making sure that we prioritize that so that the teaching staff and special education for sure know we are expecting you to take your 25-minute lunch and to take your plan time and have it, set in your schedule. And we are willing to, as principals, help you get that set in place from day one. Just because I think sometimes when that's not explicitly stated, yes, it says it in the negotiated agreement that we are guaranteed plan time, and we are guaranteed lunch time, but sometimes I don't know if they forget or something else comes up and you don't prioritize that, so then week after week, you lose it.
Or it's contradicted by the, like special ed, the special ed and the principal will determine, and sometimes there's not enough time in the day, and
Yeah.
things get overlooked.
I see that predominantly at the elementary level in special ed because I get my caseload and I develop my schedule. But if I'm trying to meet everyone's minutes and make sure that everyone is covered, there's only so many people that can do that. And so a lot of times, service minutes, because it is a federally, legal document, that doesn't leave a lot of, or any time sometimes for lunch and plan, and so I know in the past, the recommendation is, okay, well, get your stuff and go somewhere else if kids are in your room. Well, all my stuff I need is in my room and for me to adequately plan. So, there's just things like that how do we, as far as that, better prioritize that for people and make sure that everybody's getting it? Because there are positions where it's not just built in the way it would be for gen ed.
Yeah, I think we really need to unpack that more, because if there's consistently times in which sped staff or whomever is not getting lunch or plan, that's a problem, and we should be grieved over it, frankly. So that's just a non-starter, and it has to happen.
And I would throw in nurses in that category as well.
And even a social worker, counselor, in the sense that I know when we were short on subs, we needed to lean on them sometimes, and then we were trying to tell them, well, you should still have a designated time of the day that you take a plan time, and that was kind of foreign to them, so just really, I guess, hoping everyone can prioritize those two things, that you get those two things, and how can we make sure that happens?
Yeah.
So,
And I think that there has been, like I said, there's been guidance of like, well, take your stuff somewhere else. And I think that that's just not maybe the most conducive planning environment to get everything you need, find an empty spot, and do all of that. And so then, you try to plan in your room, but then there's kids in your room and it's definitely not uninterrupted time. So yeah.
And yeah, we won't have a solution that fits every building. Every building, every teacher is different, but there's got to be a way we can encourage the importance of having that set in motion at the beginning of the year between the teachers and principals. And
anyone in this room that's not in a teaching capacity, do you see it from a lens that might be helpful, or I guess, do principals ensure or check or think about, or is it really just teacher responsibility to get their lunch?
Yeah,
No, go for it.
yes, we do prioritize that and make sure it happens.
So when we get to,
we talked about this a couple years ago too, I know. I think we were pretty direct then, as well as I'm trying to be now. If it's not happening, it has to happen. I don't know any other way to say it.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think the problem here is the one where Lindsay brought up. What happens if I can take my plan, but then I'm not going to be meeting minutes. That's where the staffing comes in too. And that might be in a building where you're short a staff person. Or, you know, that, hey, that is the only time I can get student minutes is during the student day.
Well, that needs to go up the special education flagpole, in my opinion. And really, if it's in the contract for an uninterrupted plan and 25-minute lunch, I mean, I think we need to be made aware of those on a case-by-case scenario, because that's one thing that hadn't changed in this district. And so if it's not happening, we need to be made aware of it. If there's things that we can troubleshoot through a specific department, such as special education, then I think we need to all sit down in a room and tackle that. Not you, but administration, coordinator, director, whatever that case may be, and to figure out some way to protect the plan and the lunch, because those are contractually obligated times. Don't get me wrong, there's always extremes in certain scenarios, but for the most part, we need to know about it, and we need to try and troubleshoot it and work with the building principal, with the coordinator, with the director, whoever the case may be. But the principals need to be made aware of it too.
I think it happens mid-year when you have someone on leave or someone who's left, or you might have something as simple as, Lindsay will tell you, SPED absences are often not filled with substitutes. And so if Lindsay has the flu and is gone for 3 days, that's however many contract minutes, however many student contact day minutes that didn't happen. And so when we are as tight as we are on staffing, it's not something like, oh, well, from the beginning of the year, Lindsay doesn't get a lunch. It's Lindsay's coming back from being gone for 3 days for illness.
And no one covered when she was gone.
Yeah, and those kids didn't have service. Or it also happens when when you have all hands on deck because you have an eloper or you have a situation where you need to help a student de-escalate. If a SPED teacher's not meeting with students and they are an able-bodied adult that can come and work with that situation, that's fine. But inevitably that might run into, well, I wasn't meeting kids, I went to respond, but then that took 30 minutes and didn't have those service minutes with kids. So it's more of a not broad scope per se, how do we make sure everybody, is getting their plan and their lunch. It's what are we going to do in a situation where it's not a consistent all year long, you don't have it, but it's created an issue where you are losing service minutes, and the way to make that up is to work during your plan or eat lunch here and there.
Now, isn't there, and Lindsay, you probably speak to this a little more than I can, there's a process in place when minutes are missed for various reasons where you would determine if we needed to make those minutes up or not?
Over like an extended time period, yeah, you would look at regression and look at, were they able to make skills up?
Because, there's even, there's days, where some minutes get missed or whatever, and teams kind of track that to know what steps to take. I don't know that it's always I have to make up every minute, nor would I think, my building, we've had to work with, we are short a para right now, and we have been for about 2 months. And so, we've had to rework some things and bring in some other extra staff to help pull, to make sure the minutes are met. So,
Yeah.
And I know our coordinator's been made aware of it and has worked with our team and our school psych, and everyone kind of has worked on that to make sure that it's not at the expense of, staff contract.
And just to add to that, I feel awful that some of your members feel like that is the ask, that, there's an expectation that they work through a lunch or work through a plan, because that to me is an unreasonable ask of, from an administrator, or even a unasked expectation, where it's just, well, get it done, figure out how to get it done. That's not reasonable either. So I don't know if we can develop a uniform solution to any of a number of problems other than to say that that's an administrative problem that they need to figure out, along with Sherry and her team, HR and our team, and so on.
Are subs not provided when a sped teacher is out because they're just
We
not
try.
available?
No, we try, it's just.
Oh, they're just
yeah.
not, you just don't have?
Like, I mean, and granted, I'm in a centralized program. I think I've had 2 days all year that a sub has picked up. You know, like, subs aren't picking up my job. And, you know, if there's a classroom teacher, a gen ed teacher that's out on the same day, the building sub, you know, reasonably has to prioritize a class of 25.
It's a tough time for subs.
But Abby, you said that you're able to, right now, I know you probably don't prefer it, but you're able to pull staff in to cover right now where you're lacking?
Yeah, we've tried some different like problem-solving things. We have looked at times temporarily using like a quote-unquote general ed staff member and have them work underneath the direction of the special education teacher to kind of help bridge a gap.
And then what happens with their main responsibilities?
And then, well, I mean, there is not as much mandated, so, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
There's not a perfect answer, you know. I do have a sped background, so there are times where I have filled in minutes. So, you know, subs are certainly a shortage. I have sub more days this year than I did last year.
Retired special ed teachers in this district? Is there a pool there to pull on? I mean, just anyone.
That's our sub pool.
The problem is like guidelines on being retired and they can only work, I don't remember what it is. It's like they have only so much time that they're legally allowed to work.
I think a lot of it is
Yeah, that too.
pandemic related. Like this, I did not have the issues in the past that I have had getting sub jobs filled. So I think we did have a big pool of especially retired special education teachers that would sub for me.
So just process question, do we want to go ahead and spend some time brainstorming solutions on this one issue, one piece of staffing, like where we're heading right now? Or do you want to continue to, frame and focus the rest and then come back with solutions on all? What do you think? This feels like a standalone, separate from the other, 4 bullet points there. Is it? And can we go ahead and problem solve or brainstorm solutions on this lunch break piece? And see if it could sort of get solved and then move on to the other 3 that are broader staffing issues?
Yeah, it sounds like what we need to have happen is for those staff that are working during their plan or during their lunch because they feel like they have to, we need them to know that they need to tell us when that happens.
Yes.
And then we need to or they need to tell their admin when it happens, so that the admin can help fix that.
Correct. Or if they see it building to a point where they see in the future, I'm going to have to do this to get caught
Right.
up. Hey, we need to work together to find a solution here.
Yeah, I think typically when we hear this is when we give out the survey of like, what are your biggest issues and concerns for negotiations? And then we just see a whole bunch. It's like, I'm missing my plan, I'm missing my lunch. It's like, well, okay, then we need to know that maybe immediately.
I think you guys would be shocked at the number of sped teachers who are not getting their lunch and their plan consistently.
And I would really, as much as I think the association can help with that.
Right.
I think the dialogue needs to happen in the building because ultimately then you're just having the association come in and say something where we've all agreed needs to happen.
Okay.
I think one thing that should be done in every building, and maybe it is, but there should be this is the time when the nurse takes her lunch, this is the time when SPED takes their lunch, it's in the master schedule, and they're not, during those times they're not
Crisis time.
crisis times. And I think that's the first step. And then also we need to, one thing we can do on ours as an association is what Jill said, is, SPED as a department should, request that they have some time with the principal, and when they see that this is a concern that because of lack of subs or because of for whatever reasons you're concerned about minutes, that I'm sure the principal's going to want to hear that firsthand and be able to address it. So we can go back to our members and said it was, you know, it was reinforced, it was reiterated that the district absolutely believes that that's important, that all certified staff should have that, and work with your principal if that's not happening. And if you're choosing to do it because you don't want to have that conversation with your principal, then
That's on you.
that's on you.
Right now, there's no mechanism that staff are required to say if they've not taken a lunch.
No, you mean like a survey or something?
No, I mean, like in nursing, they have to say, I missed lunch form, right? I mean, you know, that's a payroll, make
Got it.
sure that the hospital's not violating law if they deduct
Got
a
it.
lunch that someone didn't get. That's not, I don't think, relevant to your folks that are
Classified-
salaried.
Classified, they
staff,
have to log-
Yeah,
they have
they
to-
don't get a full 30 minutes classified.
They
staff.
do that, okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, it's not
Well, and they're
far,
supposed to clock out for lunch. Yeah.
Okay.
I will say too, I mean, you know, just living in the real, you know, like, I know when my special ed staff is on plan, you know, and I do everything I can to never interrupt that. There are times where I have to interrupt their plan, just like there's times where I have to interrupt my first grade team's plan for something. But I also think there needs to be, I don't know, in the Ministry of Hammock or anything, that you have to know when you take that to give it, to make it back, right? They know that I don't do it often. And if I've done it 2 or 3 days, I'm like, let's come up with a different plan than at this time, you know? And then trying to figure out how to make it back to them. Even, and I know it's past, you know, like not having dismissal duty so that, you know what I mean? Even though I know that's when kids are leaving, but that's still giving them something back to acknowledge that trade-off that has to happen with your staff.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I would love for every principal to do that. I mean, not that I know that there are that don't, I think that would be great to share.
Lindsay, did Lynn have an idea about a set time, a set-aside time that is known to all about nurses, counselors? And did it make it on the solution
Well, that's
list? And
kind of what
was
we
it a
meant, like
solution?
building by building, the nurse, it makes me think of like CVS. They're like, we're closed from 1:30 to
I just
2
wanna
every
make sure we
day for
captured
lunch.
if that was
So
a
just
signal.
like include all
The
those in
master
schedule.
master schedule designates when classroom teachers have plan.
Right.
So, you know, gen ed, so sped should be that way, and then nurses don't plan, but they have, their lunch should be designated.
And I just want to make sure it makes it on on the list if it's to be considered as you decide. What else? Other solutions? What about this tracking down how you improve the amount or increase the amount of subs that could, like Lindsay, you said before the pandemic, it seems like you didn't have this problem. Were there more retirees that were willing to sub? Will that
Yeah.
change? Will that come back? Does that need a nudge? Is it a piece of this maybe?
If you can tell us that, we will be rich.
No, you don't have contact information for your retired sped?
I mean, I have one, and this was last year, and she said that, you know, she was already retired, and the pandemic just gave her the push to fully retire. You know, she didn't want to be in buildings, you know, at that time, she didn't feel like it was safe, and
Yeah. Does the district contract with a temp service for subs, or does the district hire subs directly?
We have a contract.
I think too, you know, if you go back to the issue earlier, we have, 55 teachers resigned last year, and I'm just gonna guess, and I don't have data, so I guess I'm gonna be wrong, that other school districts in the area probably saw a higher turnover last year. So I do also think there were a pool of people who were interested in going into teaching that now are in classrooms teaching, because we did, you know, there was a turnover. I'm not saying it was super large, but I do think that also impacted that, because there was like some new hires and stuff that came from our subgroup.
Interesting.
Or, I mean, the other side is,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
current job market is, there's people that were subbing and that because they weren't able to get whatever other job, and now they've got the other job and aren't subbing.
Right. And people just aren't real eager to work right now, I mean, frankly, so that's another piece that no one has quite figured out why and how they're doing it and so on, but.
On the regulation or the lawful or the funding mandate that requires a certain number of hours for special ed. Are there exceptions or flexibilities that haven't been used before in that requirement?
Individualized based on their individual IEP. So each student has a different number of service minutes based on what their needs are. And so then it's just
It is what it is.
piecing together, like Sherry said, that 10 to 15 kids, and when they have time in their schedule, because our schedules are built upon their gen ed classroom schedules.
Okay. If folks feel like they've sort of exhausted possible solutions, don't want to rush it, we can kind of think a little bit more, talk a little bit more on this. It seems like bullet point number 1, it looks as though you probably are going to have consensus on doing some level of this so far. I mean, right? The reminder that it's important, the reminder to report if you're not getting it. Are those things you can start talking about who does that, when, and how? And then will doing that also maybe bring you all more information back here on what are the exact situations where it's happening? And also finding out, once it's reported, what was the solution? Like, will administrators and teachers be able to find a solution? Are you going to ask them to solve something without the tool or something that's not solvable? I don't know.
I think SPED leadership needs to be in that list as well, because I think there needs to be also an aligned message from SPED that, yes, you are entitled to a plan and a lunch, and if we can't meet the needs of students within that, then I think SPED's kind of a natural partner to bring into that as well.
And checking in, being like,
Yeah.
I mean, because, what Joe said earlier, yes, this isn't in our negotiated agreement. Like, we have to do it. So we just have to figure out how we can make sure teachers also feel that way, that it's necessary and they have to put it first and they have to speak up when it's not
curious.
happening.
We've got 2 principals here. I mean, you're 2 of 45, but I mean, is this, do you feel like this is a valid, are you hearing anything from any of your SPED teachers or?
No, we sit down with our DC and then our coordinators and make sure that we navigate that schedule ahead of time. And, even with our post-high school program, we've had to be very creative with our classified staff schedule to make sure that all of our certified staff get their uninterrupted plan and lunchtime. But the other thing I think sometimes that happens is that sometimes our special education teachers don't want to leave their classroom or don't want to move or don't want to go to the lunchroom or the teacher's lounge or whatever. And we've, more than once, we've had to remind our teachers, no, you need to take your 25-minute lunch. No, you need to take your 90-minute plan. And sometimes just the way it works, especially in high schools, is that we have a lot of shared classrooms, so they're going to have to leave to go plan in the library or a conference room or somewhere else. But it's been those reminders throughout the year, at the beginning of the year, and I think in my situation at South, we've done a pretty good job of streamlining that the last few years. But I know, there were several years ago that we had to give a lot of those reminders, said, no, this is unacceptable. You need to take your lunch.
I would say that, yes, there's definitely days, times where it's a problem. And as a former SPED teacher, I can say that I went a lot of days without planning lunch. That was a while ago. I don't want to age myself that much, but, just the nature of it. And some of that wasn't that I necessarily advocated for myself, because I felt like kind of what needed to happen. But, just having that personal experience from several years ago, it wouldn't surprise me if. Yeah. But, if you remember what Sherry was saying, I did have a caseload of 18, so.
Okay. And I think it's out of good intentions. I think they love the kids, and they want to be with kids, and they want to help.
But I was going to say, maybe as a possible, bridge to some of what Sherry shared earlier, and kind of like, each month the coordinator does meet with every single team, so just maybe this needs to be an ongoing topic that not only the principal is addressing, but also the coordinator is also addressing, so it's like both sided, like, two-prong approach kind of. To make sure that that consistent messaging comes across, to check in on, this is like, they check in on some other things, but maybe this is also a topic that needs to come up. Yeah.
We'll be here till 2025 to try and find one solution that fits all of these
Think
scenarios,
we
so.
can get it by that soon?
Well, if we stayed nice.
I bet we could get it
but-
before the salary schedule.
But, as far as I'm concerned, unless we're aware of it, if it's written out in the P&A, and unless we're aware of the scenario, if it's continuing to happen, we've got to put their minds together and troubleshoot the solution and put heads together with everybody to try and find what the best fits in that scenario or in that building.
And I think the building principals and the coordinators need to make it a priority and be purposeful and intentional about how they set those up and then how they often communicate with those staff members.
And I think that's the double-edged sword of a lot of the staff that we're talking about are the kind of, go out of their way,
Right.
try to do it, whereas, and the flip is, aren't the best advocates for themselves and need a little bit more intervention and check-in to make sure things are happening.
So it sounds like you just need some action steps to do this, right? Who, when, and what, and how's it getting done?
Yeah.
And just want to reiterate, because there are people that for whatever reason, not necessarily, SPED, Gen Ed, or whatever, that choose to do a working lunch because they need to get out as soon as the contract. We're not talking about the fact that you are forced to go leave your room and go eat.
Right,
But,
right.
You have a lunch, take it. If you choose to, take your lunch because you're that much closer to finishing the IEP and on that particular day, you want to spend that time, that's not what we're talking about.
So I think a solution that we had previously, maybe a year or two ago, on something similar to this was we made a commitment for the directors to have those conversations. I think Dr. Galehouse, you were part of that there was a commitment to you and whoever the directors were at that point, Pam and Kevin, I should know that, to address the principals and say, hey, make sure you have this conversation with your SPED staff.
That's correct. We had it 2 times during the year, and they were to report to us if they had problems. We'd sit down. We would include, at that time it was Jackie, include her in the process and see what we could figure out if it was paralleled with special education. If it wasn't, I can't think of any solutions we did not work out. We did not figure out a way to work it out. When we all sat down, we had the same intention to do what's right. It worked out.
I think that's great that we bring that back again, but I think we also add that extra layer of coordinators checking in, because in the SPED world, as Todd will tell you, you have that SPED structure, which is really who you're dealing day in, day out with administratively.
I don't see any problem with that, with one of the coordinators, the designated coordinator in that area being a part of that conversation if it's associated with a special education problem. Yes?
Okay. Who's doing what?
I could see, I think through the association, us putting out information of remember, this is part of the P&A, this, is built in. If you're having issues with this, you need to be reaching out to your administrator or the SPED coordinator or both to try to get this resolved.
And then let us know.
I think the association should incorporate this into our building rep training in the fall, so that this really stays in building, so that if there is an issue within a building, a SPED member or another member could work with the building rep and the principal to solve, so that it's not at that 10,000-foot view, but it's getting dealt with at the most local level.
Well,
And quicker.
Well, and I think just getting the building reps aligned and making the SPED staff feel comfortable of going to that person and being like, I need some help
Sure.
getting this taken care of.
Are they more apt to do that if they think that if, when administration is notified, that they want to help? In other words, is there any kind of fear or?
I think there's base fear just in general for certain things, but I don't know if it's necessarily founded.
Yeah.
Or
so if
maybe
the-
not fear, but like, I don't want to be a complainer. I don't want to be perceived. Not that I think someone's going to come back on me.
Okay.
But maybe just an encouragement of, this is a problem-solving issue. You're not complaining. You're not weak. You're not unable to do your job.
Administration wants
I
to
think
support
that's
you
a
too.
key on it though, too, is that there's a fear of saying, I'm not able to get my stuff done. It's my fault type. I need to do this stuff to get it done. Where culturally haven't been the best at letting people advocate for help on things.
Well, and I
you're-
think that there's just, and I don't know that fear is necessarily the right word, but, and maybe Abby, you would agree with this as well, is like, there's a big push of, I have my minutes and I've got to get my minutes accomplished. And so then, you know, and that's my job, is to meet my minutes. And so, you know, how do you balance that of like doing what you need to do for your job and also doing what you need to do to take care of yourself?
But that's a staffing issue if mathematically you taking lunch in your plan over a week's time or a month's time or whatever your parameter is. That's why the administration needs to know to address that, because the solution is not, the only way I can meet my minutes is if I don't take my plan.
So your messaging, sounds like, needs to probably be, include that everyone is supportive of you getting what you need, right? Your principal.
Yeah, my perception too, just if I put on my dad hat, my daughter is an elementary special education teacher, and she's the one that wants to be the perfectionist and the pleaser, and she's the one that would work overtime to get those minutes in and feel the pressure to do it right. She loves her principal, and her principal's so supportive of her. But she's the one that wants to do it right and wants to get it right. And she's like, it's no big deal, Dad. I can eat lunch in 10 minutes, and I can do this. And so she prioritized that because she's wants to do her job at a high level and support the young people that she's in charge of. So I think there's that just needs to be recommunicated to those staff members.
I think it's hard
frequently.
sometimes too, when you are the SPED teacher and you do have really strong relationships with some students who really struggle. And sometimes, I know for me, it's easier if I just stick with this little guy that's having a hard time,
Yeah.
rather than take my lunch and because then it just makes my job harder later on the
Right.
day. So, you know, there's some of that too that happens where it's like, in this moment, but, you know, you know, we have some of those students that struggle in our buildings, so they're definitely students that I've worked really, really hard with my case managers, so that we can be backup people too for some of those plans.
Okay. Is there a plan here? Is everybody clear on who's doing what to make this plan happen?
Well, I think that it's going to be a focus going further, that we do some training and information, and then administratively, there's going to be an added focus and including SPED coordinators in checking and making sure that this is happening. And then,
Should we ask Mr. Stubblefield to take the lead on that with his 3 directors? Sure.
Great idea.
I think it would.
We'll just implement it at the beginning of the year, training and service, and then I think it's important to touch base beginning of the semester.
Would it be important also, like if we're bringing in SPED coordinators, that like social workers, you know, making sure John McKinney's on, you know, just so that that's coming out from him as well to social workers?
that or the new, what is it, Director of Health Services, checking in with their nurses, making sure they're getting theirs.
Yeah, I think if David took the lead, and then he would work with all of the associated directors. Yeah.
Is it helpful that some of those discussions are being held now as master schedules are being built for buildings? So that you're not trying to fix something in the fall, but this is part of your checklist to make sure.
I mean, it's pretty hard to develop anything related to SPED for next year. You don't know.
But I'm not saying you block it out, but they know, hey, when you are doing this building schedule, you need, it needs to be scheduled.
Yeah, I think that may be a difference between the secondary and the elementary world, where our schedules it's built or being built right now. And when it concerns those special education staffing things, we absolutely consider those, and those are considered right now. But I know it's different in elementary.
So whenever the
You don't even
elementary
know how
schedule is
secondary
done,
is, for sure.
it needs,
That's the week
it needs to be
before
all I'm trying to say is it needs to not be reactive, but proactive.
Every secondary teacher has a designated plan and lunch in the master schedule, so.
We're talking about focus being elementary because that's where that issue is.
Yeah.
So I'm emailing David and copying all of the directors, and then we'll have a conversation about what this team asks of them to communicate to administrators now and at the beginning of next year.
I like it.
Good.
Okay.
Do we want to go ahead and jump back to the issue statement and continue to zone in on those additional bullet points under frame and focus?
Yeah.
Jill, you leading us?
Yeah, so on the teaching 5 classes out of 6, I missed the very beginning when Lindsay was going through it, including secondary electives. Is that just, we really want to make sure that we are staffing so that our secondary elective teachers can also just teach 5? Or are we saying we probably look at what the students are wanting first? I'm trying to remember for that one, secondary electives, just making sure that they also get the opportunity to teach 5? And that it's not assumed that they will agree to teach a 6th because their program needs it? Or, I don't know. My question, I guess, is this. If we see that we need 6 classes of art and the teacher only wants to teach 5, will we just only offer 5? Or will we hire another? We wouldn't hire like another person to teach one more class, right?
Well, here's a great scenario with that. So at South, we have 3 art teachers.
Okay.
We could probably staff enough art. We have enough enrollment requests for art that we could probably fill maybe 5 full schedules for art teachers. Of course, that would vacate some of the other electives in the building,
Right.
like world language and other things that would happen, right? So we try to balance that out. But we have 3 art teachers at Shawnee Mission South, and so with that enrollment requests, all 3 of them asked to teach 6. They all wanted to teach 6. They came forward to us and said they wanted to teach 6. We have a need in the master schedule and the enrollment to teach 6, so it works out. If any of them came back and, if all 3 of them came back and said, no, we just want to teach 5, then we would probably look at trying to hire another art teacher.
Right.
Are they getting the contract to teach
Yep.
the 6?
Contract to teach 6.
Okay. So maybe that teaching 5 for secondary electives is more looking at, maybe not the question of teaching 5 out of 7, but more of what's their schedule look like with the band and the strings and the
Yeah, performing
the
arts is
choir.
a different deal because it's more than one building.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I'll try to comment to that. So Linda alluded to it. We've had a lot of conversations this past year about at least a few different individual staff members who were asked frankly to do a little bit more this last year, and we all agreed that it was kind of a transition year because there was a dip district-wide and a lot of selections into the fine arts, but we hoped and expected those numbers to come back. And so we said, hey, let's try to get through this, and we have, reluctantly in some cases, but we have, and those numbers have come back for the most part. And so in working with all of the secondary principals and looking at needs at the elementary level, it looks like we're going to be able to balance out all of those concerns that we had last year. We've actually posted another orchestra teacher, and so we're adding another FTE there, which is going to help out with one of the situations we've worked with. And then luckily, the other two balance themselves out too. So Dr. Thomas really did the bulk of that scheduling. It is a puzzle, a massive puzzle to put that together. And he put together a structure that now we've taken over as an HR team. So at this point, I would say, unless something changes, we feel good about where all of our band and strings teachers are going to end up. I will tell you, though, that vocal music is a bit of a challenge. There are some situations where we're having to cross between levels just because, again, numbers. But to us, it doesn't seem unreasonable. And in the conversations that the principals have had with those staff members, they've seemed okay with it.
Okay.
Does it extend their duty day?
No, it's just probably not exactly the schedule that they want, but because of need at one building, we've had to ask them to travel.
I was just kind of thinking of another thing about secondary elective schedules. Say you have, right now you have two art teachers, and they're both teaching 6 out of 7 classes. But then next year it drops the number of people that are wanting to enroll in art, and so would you try to keep both teachers full-time and have them teaching 5, or would you try to have one of them teaching 6 and take the other one to a half? I know these are all what-ifs, but these are just kind of, questions that people are wondering. I don't know. I don't even know how that's, I think they're just nervous, like, about.
You can't
cutting.
change someone from a full-time position to a part-time
Well, yeah, I
position.
see.
Are you talking
But you'd
part-time position?
split.
The
like,
split
Yeah.
assignment.
But I guess that's just the nature of being an elective teacher, right? Is that?
Yeah, I want to
sometimes you
try to
share.
address their concerns because I get it. We're in a transition right now where we're going from, teaching 6 out of 7 to half teaching 5 out of 7 to everyone teaching 5 out of 7. And frankly, we don't know how everything's going to shake out year to year. And so we've told the principals that we have a little bit of fluff, so to speak, if things aren't working out and we need to add a little bit here, tweak a little bit there.
Yeah.
We can do that. But to go back to answer your question on a year-to-year basis, we tell the principals, staffing is ruled first by student enrollment, how many kids you have in your building, and then secondly by student selection. And so we let the students basically vote on, for lack of a better term, on how the master schedule is built. And so every secondary building I've been in, and you guys, all you secondary folks, I'm sure will attest to this, that electives in particular, they're fighting for kids, right? And so they're selling their programs and they're
Not teaching 7.
So this is what I am hoping, though, that we're not asking 2 art teachers to teach 6 when there are elective classes that maybe art was their first choice, but we always have kids, what's your first choice, second choice, third choice, and your second choice might be
Underwater basket weaving.
there you go.
That's
So
always
that
my
we are
first
not having staff members teach 6, and we are reducing an FTE in another area. I hate tech. Because lots of times, students will tell me I teach an elective. I talked to all my kids right middle of February, like 2 weeks after they enrolled. Are you taking Spanish 3 next year? Oh, I don't remember. I'm like, really? You don't remember what you're taking? It's okay to tell me, first of all, it's okay to tell me you're not taking Spanish 3. But no, so I mean, they, especially younger kids, 9th and 10th graders, to me, that worries me that we are, as much as possible, I can understand where you should occasionally, like, that one person might have to pick up that 6th section of art because you have one extra. But at the same time, our electives are a finite number of kids and positions. And so somebody picking up a 6 might be reducing a position somewhere. And then next year, you're in trouble because you have a whole lot of people that want to take this elective and you've eliminated half that position.
Every building was only given so many, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that 6 is gonna get capped pretty quickly in my estimation.
I think that's a key point. I mean, at least, and I think Dr. Dang can speak to it on a more personal basis in his building, but from our standpoint, from a district level on down, seats are seats, right? I mean, we provide X amount of FTE to each building, and those will account for the number of seats that they need across their entire master schedule. How they build that out, we don't micromanage that. We let them decide what's appropriate. To your point, you know, that I would say it's their responsibility to make sure that they support and build programs and think of it long-term, and I believe that they do. So I don't know, I mean, they're just individual decisions based on student enrollment every year. I mean, Todd, do you want to expand on that, or?
Yeah, no, I would agree, and I think that balance is something that, well, I feel comfortable and confident speaking for the other high school principals in that we all try to balance our elective programs as best we can. You know, we want all of our teachers on full-time contracts if we, you know, and keep them that way. And then, you know, when you're talking about a 0.2 FTE here and a 0.2 FTE here, you really got to have a lot of heavy conversations to make sure, okay, so if we're going to spend a 0.2 here in art, what does that do to our CTE enrollment in business? If we're going to spend a 0.2 here in industrial tech, that's great because we can fill the wood shop all day. But what is that going to do to our fax enrollment in this piece? So we try to balance those out and at the same time have very close conversations with our staff members as far as what they want and what they want to do. If, you know, if one of my fax teachers comes to me and says, I don't want to teach 6 anymore. I need to stay at 5 because planning menus and shopping for food and doing all those things is difficult and I need to stay at 5, then we can kind of build from there. So you have those individual conversations, and I've got faith that my colleagues at the other buildings are doing the same thing.
Okay. So the next thing on there, because I think that was kind of just more of a discussion piece, the secondary electives. The next one on there was elementary specials. And I'm trying to recall, I think that at one point, you know, at one point we had in our language that we added in 2017 that specials teachers would only teach 6 classes a day. So that would give you 24 sections. And I guess I'm just trying to remember, where's Lindsay? No, I'm kidding. The issues that we were, yeah.
Got it here. It's on page 44 of the P&A. Elementary teachers of art, library, PE, and music, excluding band and strings curriculum, shall not be required to teach more than the equivalent of 6 class periods per day and shall not be required to teach classes which consist of students from more than one homeroom.
Right.
I think where this topic came from, this came from our surveys, is elementary specials teachers look at our discussion around high school and middle school going from 6 to 5. And it comes from our very large buildings where, you know, full-time in one building might be 18 sections but year after year after year in these larger buildings, it's always 24 sections. And so I think some of that will be dealt with some boundary possibility changes. So I think some of that came from some of those schools affected by that. It's different in that the elementary day looks different than the secondary day and the vast number of students, but then elementary specials teachers will tell you also that they teach in the course of a week now, every kid in the school plus 20%. So it goes back to that ABCD schedule. I don't know how we begin to address this, but I think they just, it's very challenging for them that in essence, if you're in a school where you have 24 sections, during a week you're really teaching 30 sections. And so I don't know how you resolve that problem. Some of that happens when you change boundaries, and sometimes that just changes within a, you have ebbs and flows of enrollment. So, but they feel that in that across the board in a secondary, everybody, a full-time schedule being 5 or when it was 6 looked the same. But in the elementary specials world, a full-time schedule can look vastly different. You might only have 5 sections, some days 4, whereas in those very large caseloads or course loads, it happens all the time.
So it's not feeling equitable because I'm at a school that has 24 sections, and so I'm teaching, how many students could that be?
500,
500,
640?
Sure, and then at a different school, I'm also full-time, but I only have 18 sections. And so how many students is that?
I'm just guessing, but 485?
So I think we just hear a lot about like what constitutes you to be a full-time specials teacher when, I feel like I'm teaching 1/3 more than someone else or something.
Ideally, I think they'd like to determine that to be 20 sections, and then you'd have more traveling, but then, of course, then if you were the solution might just create another problem for someone else. I just
Right.
I think there needs to be an awareness of that, and I don't know how we address that. I think,
I've been texting with Pam while we've been talking, because I'm not an expert on elementary scheduling. I've gotten some crash coursing, but it's crazy. I do know you're correct that there's days in which I may be super loaded, and then days in which you have big breaks. That's correct, I think?
I mean, I think you can play with that some, right? Because you assign, yes and no. I think it just depends on how much time and attention you take when you actually assign which classes are where and to go through. Because I know, like, we go through every single specials and look at A day, B day, C day, D day, and look at, if we just do it like this, there's going to be a day where you have 3 plans. And so we like rearrange that to make it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I think just recognizing that, they would see potentially every grade level every day. So they're teaching 7 preps, and now granted, they can reuse that lesson with, all the third
For a
grade
week, yeah.
classes, but the setup and tear down between all of that for elementary specialists is a lot. 'Cause you're
But
not
they
gonna
would never see all 7 in a day.
Not in a day.
Yeah.
Well, no, they would see all 7 grade levels in a day.
No. They can't.
Because that would
teach
be
more than
7
6.
classes. They can't have more than 6.
So they can't go a day with no plan.
Right, but I think like elementary class, like I know our specials is 50 minutes, and so.
Yeah, she confirmed that it's 6 per day.
Okay.
Everyone's on the ABCD now. So it should be 24. Abby should be able to look at her building schedule.
But there are some there are some elementary specials teachers, not all elementary specials teachers has 24 sections.
Okay.
You might have a school, a smaller school, which is not so small that you would not be full-time. There's kind of that sweet spot between a full-time position is so many sections.
So some people just get lucky, in other words.
Yes.
But they get lucky year after year after year after year after year.
Because of the nature of that.
Because
building
there are
and
certain
number.
buildings that are
Over.
just over capacity or just, they just repopulate
No,
themselves.
I will say, so, like, if you don't have, like, so if they do have, then that second plan is considered admin plan. So it's not just, like, it's more of a supervisory than like a,
I understand that. I'm just, like Lindsay says, where every day of the week, except for your own personal plan, it is the set up and then set up for the next class, set up for the next class, set up for the next class.
I mean, that's elementary in general, though.
But for special, we're not comparing.
No, I'm just saying
We're
that's
not comparing classroom, we're comparing music teacher at school A and music teacher at school B. They're both full-time. This teacher teaches 30 classes a week with a 24 schedule. This teacher teaches 24 with an 18 schedule. And when it's, like you say, everybody has a year where it's going to hit them, but there are some places where it has been that way for years.
Linda, earlier, maybe 5 minutes ago, you said something, and then we kind of moved past it. You said, I just think there needs to be clarity or communication. Were you saying about why this happens so folks have an understanding, or what were you saying there may needs to be clarity about? Was it to teachers, or were you saying you all need clarity here on an issue? We kind of skimmed over that.
Oh, man, I have an old brain. Can we rewind the
Okay.
YouTube? And
It's getting late in the
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
And I think some of that, over time, as we have adjusted some boundaries, helps. But it is a reality it comes back to the work-life balance of when we were talking about secondary, about the number of bodies, the number of kids that you see every day. And every day for people where there's, in 30 sections in a week, that's a lot. And so I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to propose. I know that there
explain the
is.
30 sections in a week again.
Well,
Because
because
6 a day.
you do 6 a day, and then then you go A, B, C, D, A. So you see all 24 kids, and
Within
then you
4
see the
days.
A group on the 5th day.
So they repeat, the A repeats.
Right.
So it's not 30 different sections. It's just, you'll have 30 classes.
It
throughout a
might be
week.
helpful to
Not
just.
different classes.
Not IBB this whole thing, but back up and do say, what is your interest
Our interest is
in addressing it?
to try to help with work-life balance for elementary teachers like we were attempting to do with high school. We really pushed for teaching less classes for middle and high school. And the specials teachers, their language actually says that they can teach 6 classes a day. And so, they're now comparing that to what our association has been, and our group has been working towards, to just be teaching 5 classes a day if you're middle and high school. And they're sitting there as elementary saying, well, why aren't we teaching just 5 a day?
Because the structure of their day is more similar to
That's true.
what a secondary teacher's structure
Yeah.
is. Now, elementary, we're elementary classroom teacher, you're with the same kids throughout the day, all day long.
But a specials teacher has like.
But I'm
this
hearing
class,
two
this class.
things. I'm hearing you all talk about improved work-life balance, but I'm also hearing you talk about perception and equity.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say which is it, because maybe it's both.
I think it's
but-
both. I think the bigger thing is that the ABCD schedule, none of our specials teachers particularly liked, but it has most been most challenging for those who teach large schools. They teach 30, what becomes 30 sections a week, which prior to ABCD would have been 24 sections spread out over 5 days. Now it's 30 sections. And when that is your reality year after year after year, and there's someone who's the same position as you, and their schedule is, it's always going to vary, but there's some that it's significantly different. And I think, we implemented ABCD schedule several years ago. It had a lot of benefits for the general classroom. When you have some extra, when your specials teachers are not 30 taking every section, that added extra opportunities for the building to have extra hands when you need them for certain situations. And then there's the group that is teaching that 6-hour schedule, if you will, year after year after year. And I think there's nothing wrong as a possible solution to say, what's working great about ABCD, and what do we need to take a second look at, and what are some things that are already in place that are going to alleviate that schedule, whether that be a boundary change, closing to transfers, some of those things.
Like a pros and cons.
And I think kind of what Linda had said, in some of the buildings where there are less sections, but they are still full-time, you have, I know there are elementary specialist teachers that are working during workshop time with a gen ed class, and they're teaching, a small group reading lesson or doing those interventions, which are great opportunities for kids to get even more small group instruction for their academics. And a lot of times it's with a highly preferred adult, because the specials teachers are definitely highly preferred adults within the building. They're the fun ones.
Right. Where do you all want to go with this?
Yeah.
Do you know how many people how many specialist teachers you all are talking about? And is the solution the same
Per
everywhere?
building?
Building based.
So 120, 150 people.
150-ish?
Oh, 150-ish that are doing the 30 sections?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay,
that's total
overall.
number.
Well, so how many that are in the boat with the 30 section situation?
I wouldn't know this year off the top of my head. It wouldn't be hard to get those schedules.
But Darby would be the person to ask about that. She does a special schedule.
So yeah, just to give like a little background, so when they, previously, the special teacher would see every student in the building over a 5-day period. So you might have art on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. You'd have art one of those 5 days. But what would happen is, since there's only 4 specials, right, art, music, library, PE, the classroom teacher would have 1 day per week where they wouldn't send their kids to a special, right? So they wouldn't have their plan time. So the reason the ABCD schedule was looking okay was because now classroom teachers could have their students go to a special every day. Because the specials teacher would see the whole school population within 4 days instead of 5. So that's why it was good on classroom teachers, but then it kind of not so great on specials teachers, because now they're seeing every single kid in the building over 4 days instead of every single kid in the building over 5 days. So, yeah.
There was a little more with the ABCD, just like, so one of the things that happened is, so as a first grade teacher, on Fridays I had art, and then third quarter, you had very few art days.
Right, because Fridays were.
So there is also some recognition to the programs and making sure that there's equity across the programs, so that students have a balance. Instead of seeing one class maybe 3 times in a quarter, they see them all equally. That was like also another goal, that it wasn't just about.
No, absolutely. If you had PE on a Monday, do you know how many Mondays we have off of school because of holidays? You just miss PE a lot. So that's why the ABCD schedule was helpful to that, because then you wouldn't have gym PE on the same day every week. It would kind of rotate around.
I feel like there's a couple things going on here, and I know we're bouncing between IBB and just talking.
Right.
But I'm not, is there an energy and a consensus around the fact that this is something that needs to be fixed? Don't have to answer it, but that's what I'm trying to get a feel for. Or is there an energy, is there no energy and consistency where some people are sort of thinking it's the nature of it and how big of a deal is it and who does it impact? That's one thing I'm wondering out loud, but I don't have a feel for it yet. The other thing is it something that if everybody agrees it's something that needs to be addressed, is it something that would need to be fixed here or in another group or at a building level? Who would be the fixers? Who would be the folks that would figure it out?
Well, I like what the solution you were bringing forward earlier, Linda, where it's like, maybe we just need to look at the different buildings and the schedule and the good things that are happening with that special schedule and then the issues as well, like take a deeper dive. I know this was marked economic, but that's, I think, because
You didn't know the solution.
we were talking about staffing shortages. I think we thought, well, we're going to have to hire people, so that's economic.
And you don't know the solution yet.
Right.
If you have the will to seek a solution on this one, I'm not sure about that yet. I mean, we have interest identified, so if we go back to that, improve work-life balance and equity between buildings, are there other interests, or is there anyone that would push back and say, I mean, I need a little more feedback on, is there energy around this?
Well, I think your interest is you want to have, I think it is not best for staff relations where my counterparts who teach PE teach 18 classes and I teach 24, and it's like if you would do the SPED caseload and the same SPED teacher year after year after year was the one that was over the ideal of 15. I think in buildings sometimes specials teachers do not always feel like they are valued or doing the essential work that is done in the classroom. And I think there has always been a feeling with the ABCD that it was a solution to help meet the need and a important need for grade levels to have common plan at the expense of the specials. And just to say, well, this is the way it is, I think, as it's going on and on and on. They never liked that schedule. They didn't feel like they had input in on it. And they would, I think it's not unrealistic to evaluate and see if we can't tweak it and make it better. And maybe it's not something that this body changes or even changes in a year, but I think we hear this through our surveying and just from our building reps and directly from these staff members year after year after year is that they feel less than when it comes to the master schedule.
And I know it's cost us quality teachers.
They have left to go to other districts that specifically don't have an ABCD schedule.
I was going to ask
I would
earlier,
add
what
morale
do other
and retention.
districts doing at the elementary level for their special schedule? Are they doing a four-day repeat, or is it a five-day repeat?
A lot of them have a fifth special.
That's what I thought. A lot of them have a world language special?
Yeah.
It could be it's a.
Computer, I think,
or
is typically.
Interesting.
Technology?
Technology or some sort of social emotional, they have.
Where's your technology provided?
So does a purposeful play.
Like classroom and library, or it's just intermingled?
For elementary, I don't know, did the students get to get a technology type class to learn how to?
When they moved away from the 5-day,
Oh, okay.
where we had a no break day, that was when the majority of teachers signed up for the computer lab on that no break day.
Yeah.
But then they got rid of computer labs, so.
Lindsay, can I jump back and ask you, when you were talking about in the buildings where it's a specials teacher that's not teaching 30 units or whatever it's called, then that teacher's still teaching, but she's doing where she can drop in and do small groups as needed for other teachers? So that teacher's not necessarily got more planned time or more downtime, they're just using their extra time in a different way?
Yeah, the way I've seen it, and I mean, I've done this I've seen it in other districts as well, is, you know, the classroom teacher would plan out like, hey, this is a, you know, reading intervention, we're gonna read this small book and talk about it or whatever. It's all planned out, and the specials teacher would just come and pick it up and take their group of 3, 4, 5 kids and do the activity, because then it's just another adult to give them a station to do, kids to do while the teacher's doing intervention.
Would special teachers that are doing 30 units rather do that?
Can I offer something? So I think I would suggest that we need some factual information. I think we're bouncing a lot of what people have been telling us and things like that. I mean, Christy Darby built our special schedule this past year, and she's doing it again next year. I think we need her here to talk through how many people, what's the scenario, things like that. Because we're just all just guessing right now. Not guessing, but we're making some assumptions we probably don't have a lot of fact in, so.
Okay, I like that.
So then,
All
it
the
sounds,
secondary people.
sounds like there, it sounds like, I mean, clearly when you
Well,
look
we
at-
do, we are getting information through people. I understand we don't have numbers. Well, I'm
Yeah.
I'm not,
yeah, you-
I mean,
yes,
I'm not, believe me, I wouldn't be able to make this up because it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
my reality.
I don't think anybody assumes made up or bad intentions here. I think you're saying that in order to be effective with problem solving around this, you need more info.
100%.
So do you want to think about what information you all need and then keep this dialogue carrying forward on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, well, what information would you want?
Well, I would say it'd be Christie and some idea about what theoretically it's going to look like and what the numbers look like, and see how many people are.
I think we need some history on the ABCD. I was kind of loosely involved, but not, I mean, someone was anyone here part of that? You were? Okay.
Yeah. I was here, but I wasn't in the president's role, so we were on the negotiating team when they were first, when they put it in place, and then we had an issue that we had to fix.
We also had on our exec board an art teacher, a music teacher, a librarian.
And so we want to be able to address the ABCD schedule, how it came about, what was the intent, how's the application, and then Christie just about the elementary special schedule.
Unintended consequences.
And then I know that, you know, Lindsay was saying there are staff that if they have a schedule that's like 18 sections, they would have other administrative plan. I think that's what you were calling that, Abby. Is that an expectation? Or could there be schools where you teach 18 sections and then you just get a bunch of extra plans? No?
I think
They always utilize them? Okay, good. That's, yeah.
But once again, just like secondary teachers working in that student support hour, they're used in a lot of times student support, or they are that adult person who's able to work with a child who needs some de-escalation.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and I think we need to know specifically how many teachers are directly impacted by this.
Yes.
Because if we're down to just a handful, it doesn't seem like an overwhelming problem to solve.
Right.
And maybe some of it is solved if we can accomplish some boundary shifts or whatever, so, I don't know. Seems like a problem for the large enrollment schools. Am I correct?
I don't know that it's a large enrollment schools, because they typically go over.
Yeah, it's when you're so big, but you're not big enough
Like,
to
we
get
fall
another
right-
part-time
We fall
person.
right underneath it, so.
Yeah.
I mean, we get up to 24 sections sometimes, but we're usually like 23.
The big part of the small end.
22.
Upper middle.
Right.
So boundaries.
It's like being a large
may
5A.
not fix everything, but.
Sure.
And I think
Jill?
the last thing on here.
Jill and Mike, you guys are making the list of the information that needs to come back and who you're getting it from?
It's up there too.
Oh, okay. And then, do you want a timeline? I know you can't cram everything into April, but at least for folks to have a sense of when this might want to be put back on the agenda?
Our next full day,
It's 4/11, I think.
okay. That's funny.
As far as the sections, I would imagine that they could at least get that information to you pretty quick, because
Yeah.
we have our, it's just kind of like high school, they have their allocations and staffings. But it's also possible to change.
Did we already say we were putting some stuff on the 11th?
I had put on there to, we had stuff on the 5th.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't think you put anything on the 11th yet.
Okay.
No, there was the issue.
I mean, there's
that
whatever's
my
left over.
Subcommittee is meeting on revising the MOU.
Yep.
And looking at the language in the P&A that defines workload for sped teachers.
Oh, yeah.
Just to acknowledge that they're different. And I think we won't get to that until.
The 11th.
So that's NEASM number 3 and number 4. This is number 4. It looks like those two should come back on the 11th. Parts of them.
I kind of heard it, and I guess I'll throw it out there. I know we're not really doing solutions totally, but I'm gonna throw out an ABCDE schedule as a potential solution. I don't know all the logistics of that, but I figure I'll throw it out there.
It is a potential solution.
It would require more hiring,
I think
though,
it's
right?
45 FTE is the cost.
You guys aren't supposed to judge
But we
solutions.
did- I
Don't
think-
judge them when they come out.
We did hire 45 secondary teachers.
But
Well, and
I'm
that's
assuming when you get more data, you will
what we hear.
then add to that list of ideas, so you have
Right.
options.
I'm just throwing it out there, just to put it on the page.
So was there any, were there any other bullet points on the staffing issue statement that we didn't get to?
Well, the
Counselors.
I-
I kind of addressed sped caseload.
I think the counselors are going to come up in our supplemental salary schedule discussions, because if that's a right?
Theoretically, yes.
Is that where the high school is?
Yes.
So I actually think that will be somewhere else. And then the caseload we are already talking about, so.
So the counselor issue may go into salary conversations. So then this is still an open issue statement, and to pick it back up on April 11th. It's 2:45, I think you guys are going till 3:30. Do people need a 5-minute, and then we can at least begin the aggressive student behavior?
Or do we need to, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how, I'm imagining it's not going to be an easy one.
It's going to be very
I'm
aggressive.
just telling you, I'm already
Sorry.
kind of brain dead, so.
If we can power through, I would suggest that, I think, this is one that I'll just tell you from the administration standpoint, we're kind of scratching our heads about like, what is this? What does this mean? Obviously, there are a ton of laws and regulations that center around student discipline for conduct in schools, what schools must do, can do, can't do. And so I feel like it's one that at least if we could power through to get an introduction, an idea of what the concern is, the interests are, and where we might be going, so that if we need information for that long meeting, we can gather it and get it to you.
That's fine.
So we can be like prepared and do homework before that next meeting.
So at least do a 5-minute coffee, restroom,
Yep.
whatever, come back and hear at least the beginning, the framing and focusing of the issue? Or do you need more than 5? I'm just suggesting 5 so that,
5's fine.
You say 5, we'll be back in 10 for sure.
well, that'll be 5 till.
So our issue statement was, how do we ensure staff safety? And I think we could even amend this to staff and student safety. I have dealt with, and now Jill has, in this position, and we continue to deal with situations where we're not talking about an isolated, one-time occurrence where a student has a bad day and hits a teacher, kicks a teacher, whatever. We have situations, this is primarily, in my experience, has been an elementary school issue, but we have staff members that are repeatedly physically punched, kicked, bit, hit by a specific student, and there's that physical injury that happens. There has been, with 2 or 3 people I've worked with this year, incredible emotional stress for always being on point to make sure that you are keeping the other students in the class safe, the individual student safe, and also just, how your body just steels itself for that next incident. And we've had conversations with the district administration in the past, and have been reassured by Dr. Hubbard, and before Dr. Hubbard, Dr. Fulton, and before Dr. Fulton, Dr. Southwick, that no no educator should have to be put in this position. The problem is, we're not sure how to avoid it. Not only do you have the emotional and physical duress, you also have a huge impact of this as well is lost learning time. Because every time you have to evacuate the room, or every time you have one of these situations, you don't just immediately pop back into math instruction. Or as you try to work to create a plan that will keep everybody safe, teachers are often pulled out of class time to attend meetings that result in more instructional lost time, which then leads to stress because you do know that you are trying to teach and have students learn. So not all these situations involve SPED. I know that there's issues with SPED sometimes as to what, how you deal with that. Also, we understand that these situations are caused by students that are experienced or have experienced trauma, or are going through something beyond what their little selves can control. But it is a concern. It is a concern where day after day after day, a teacher has to return to the classroom and not feel safe and not feel like they can keep their students safe. So I don't know how to do this. I don't want to get into specifics of, I don't think it's appropriate to get into real specifics that would make a staff member uncomfortable doing that. But I think there has to be, we're ultimately gonna lose a staff member when the reality is, I just can't take this anymore. I'm concerned for our classified staff, and I'm concerned for principals in these same buildings, because in their one thing they can do to support their staff, oftentimes it's the principal that puts themselves right there on the line. So it's not just teacher, it is just keeping everybody safe. And I don't, we brought this to you. I don't know if there is a solution to this, but it's increasing, and if nothing else, what's the best solution for that staff member to give them the time and the space to be able to go back in and be effective in the classroom? So that's the issue. And very ironically, today, while we've been here, yesterday I had an hour-long discussion on the phone with a teacher who has a reoccurring incident, and we got another phone call or email Jill and I did today from yet another school. So I think this is a growing issue. I think as we need to have a plan for how to address this under the well-being of our staff and our students. Everybody, I think everybody in probably the room would agree to that being a concern.
That's helpful. I mean, I would say that the way you presented is not dissimilar to the way that we've talked about it. Obviously, some of those issues end up floating up, to district level administrators. And I think there are issues that things like student discipline and of course workers' comp and of course medical leave don't fully solve. In terms of homework, I guess maybe it's something that we're all going to have to think about to see if there's, something that can be done, whether it's, I don't know, here's our step-by-step guide for what we do when we have a student in a classroom with physical aggression as an issue. And of course, that looks vastly different if a student's a special education student versus a regular education student. But I think that introduction is helpful, and we can all, sleep on it and think on it and see if there's anything that we, or the other, individuals who are listening to this can come back as something that would be helpful or a resource to a teacher who is in that really difficult position. It's hard, in public school there's limitations on what we can do, statutorily, constitutionally, but obviously there's, not limits on how we can support our staff who are in those situations. I guess that's the angle we're gonna have to think about it, I mean, that's a huge challenge of public school. We, all students come in of all backgrounds and all problems, and we're then faced with the outcomes of those problems.
And I guess I would just say I appreciate you guys bringing that forward on behalf of our teachers. We have had those discussions at the district level, and it's a concern. And I don't know, I'll admit to this. I mean, I've been a secondary person my entire life. Hearing about some of those behaviors that our elementary teachers deal with more frequently, frankly, than our secondary, friends do, was shocking to me, frankly. So I think it needs to be a joint effort to have a discussion.
Yeah, and I think that pandemic, post-pandemic, you have a lot of little guys and gals that come into our schools as a kindergartner or a first grader or a second grader, and it's the first structure that they've had. And I think it's magnified by this pandemic and what home life is like or wasn't like with them coming in, and we've seen a spike in those behaviors.
I like your suggestion, though, Rachel. I wonder if it'd be good for us to all hear from the people who do the work, whether it be Dr. Sherman or Ms. Darby or Mr. Lowe or Sherry, and talk about how we deal with student behaviors, if a kid does it once and second and third, and how it escalates and how our response changes, and get a feel for what our practice is.
I also would like us, as we unpack this and problem solve, because in many ways, there's going to be no short-term fix to help these students. So our focus also needs to be on how are we helping the other children in the class, and how are we helping that staff member? It is, when it is a repeated event, I hate to use this word, but it becomes traumatic when it is multiple times a week and sometimes multiple times a day. So if they're larger people and this thing's going on, we would have a response to make sure everybody's okay by the aftermath of that effect. And so maybe we can't always change immediately the student behavior, but I think how can we look at how we react to that, and what is there anything that we're not already doing that we can do to either help prevent it or to help so it's not happen. You know what? We can't prevent it because that's something, I mean, if this was a quick fix, it would have been fixed a long time ago. But what are there things that we could be putting into place to make reentry easier and to help just people feel safe?
Yeah, I would see there being some sort of procedure or protocol for like a post-event triage with staff members involved in situations like this, so that there is kind of that debrief time and time to get regulated before stepping back into situations, or, you know, stepping back into the classroom.
What does happen? I mean, let's say, I think I have a good understanding about what happens when a student is engaging in an unsafe way and a teacher has to evacuate the classroom. But what would be the steps that would happen if I'm a teacher in a classroom and I get, you know, a pretty good kick or something like that, and I'm both physically and emotionally just off? What would a principal, like what, I mean, Dr. Morgan, like what would you do? How soon would you?
I know I personally do, but I was just going to say that I do think that one or possible action step as we go through this could be, you know, you spoke about, but could be some guidelines or some structures for people, you know, if you have a student who's acted out, sure, there's like a discipline, right? But
Yeah.
what protective factors have we considered? You know, if there was like some type of like go-to book to start saying, you know, or, you know, have you tried this step, have you tried this step? And then certainly as responding to both, you know, student supports and staff supports following up. But typically, we would have the staff member go see the nurse so we could get an incident report and make sure that they got medical attention, and then allow them to either work with another staff member before they were ready. So we just cover their classroom until they were ready to go back in an ideal situation.
That's, I mean, part of what I do in my job is a lot of this type of stuff. And so, like, my principal in particular is really great of, I can call him and say, I need you to come down, I need someone to come down because I need 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But, you know, that, that's taken a lot within me to be able to recognize. And if it's not something that you do on a regular basis, that's happening any sort of regularity, you do feel like you have to just power through. That takes some self-awareness to know that you need the time. And I think, you know, as much as we are wanting staff and student safety, I think it is important to preface all of this with any of this extreme behavior, especially within elementary students, is communicating a need. And so we have a number of students within our district who are displaying a great deal of need. And how are we meeting on our end as much as we can? How are we meeting those needs?
And I think sometimes that's what we focus on all the time, as we should, but lost in there somewhere was somebody was physically assaulted, and that you should be able to process that. Lots of times process that with a professional that can help you deal with that. And then also understand that that's, lots of times I'll say the teachers I've worked with, they go down the hall, they get a drink of water, and then they're right back trying to teach their kids so that they can try and keep the scene as normal as possible. And once again, it's not that this happened once, it's the fact it's happening over and over and over again to the point that it's stressful. The whole room is stressful, the students and the teacher, so.
I would agree. Because I think you also have other kids walking on eggshells, not only the adults.
We don't want
Yeah.
to anger this person or not follow their behavior plan
Yes.
to a T or not.
And a teacher shared this with me, that when the student actually hit another student, the teacher later on sat down with the student that got hit and said, "I'm really sorry that that you got hit today, and I want to process those feelings with you." And the student said, "Oh, that's okay. That's just so-and-so." And she said that has been something that has gnawed at her, the fact that her students are internalizing this behavior as being normal. They're normalizing it. And so, like all of our great staff, it's that concern for everything academically and emotionally for their kids and then for themselves. So, wish I had solutions. I don't.
Well, we have the benefit of time between now and that second April meeting to think on it. And I know it's really awesome after these meetings how many administrators in our building or when I go out and visit schools will come up to me like, "Hey, I heard you guys talk about that and I had this idea or I thought about this or you guys didn't actually raise this thing that's an issue." So if anybody is listening or if anybody has that between now and then of any great idea, whether it's preventative, like Linda said, or like support protocol or something of that nature that, we can get out in maybe a more, formalized way, or something just to help provide support in those instances. I think those would all be good things to discuss because it's a really challenging issue when you're in a public school. And
And like so many of them, not easy to, no quick solutions
Yeah.
necessarily.
yeah.
Yeah, and I the whole time I've kind of really been thinking about the heart of the problem, because these kiddos go home to parents or a parent or a guardian that is struggling with some of the same things, the behaviors at home too. And, I think when we start mapping out some possible solutions, I think we need to talk about that partnership that we have at home and the partnership that we have with some of our community resources that might be able to provide some support to our moms and dads at home to help navigate some of these behaviors for them too, and hopefully mitigate some of the behaviors for those students when they come to school.
Well, it is, but I do want to try to tighten up just a little bit because Rachel or maybe Mike said it would be good to hear from the folks that have things or working on things now that are either in place or have been done or that are being looked at. Do you want to try to set a time to hear back from them at a future meeting? And would it be a full day meeting that you'd want to put them on the agenda? So you can start with what's being done now?
I'm good with that if we think that's the proper next step, unless we just want to continue brainstorming at our next time, but yeah.
I think if people are already working on this problem, let's hear where they are, and then we might be able to give them some insight as to, from the staff perspective, what issue we're bringing forward.
When you all start to try to brainstorm, after you have that information, so you're not, overstepping or duplicating or even going down a different track in terms of what role you all may take or decisions you may make here, do you want to have Rachel give you a 5-minute or a one-on-one, or are you all familiar, because you work in education, on the limitations that Rachel talks about?
Do you want me to teach a school law class? I would love to.
Well, I mean, when you talk about, your hands are tied to some ways because
Yeah,
of
actually,
things.
I would imagine that I would not be teaching anyone here anything they
Okay.
don't know.
All right.
I mean, I think everyone's probably at least generally aware of the restrictions that we have on student discipline. I can tell you in my experience working in long-term discipline hearings in this district that now this again is mostly secondary because there are not a lot of suspensions at elementary and certainly not long-term. But when there is injury to anyone, but particularly to a staff member, the absolute maximum suspension that can be imposed when you have a gen ed student is almost always imposed. And the individuals who serve on the hearing panels, whether it be for the long-term hearing or the appeal, always take that information very seriously. There is always a statement from the staff member that's considered. And so again, I think it probably again comes back to that elementary issue, because even a suspension is pretty out of the ordinary at the elementary level. But then of course, for students who have a behavior incident that is a manifestation of their disability, as we all know, we don't have that ability to suspend them. And I assume that many but not all of the students who are engaging in repeated instances of aggressive behavior toward their teacher or their classmates probably have a disability. And in the elementary setting, a lot of times it's going to be deemed a manifestation. So, and again, you're working through processes that involve placement decisions and all those things that parents have right and a say to, so.
Okay. And then last question I'm going to have for you all. You talked about the frequency. It's becoming very frequent.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all have any data, or do you want to, and it may be way premature, but you could think about it, at least you'd have it if you want it, anything regarding, while it's not preventive, I was questioning myself, is it predictable? In other words, do you have numbers and patterns, age, location, situation, time of day, place, school, where is the frequency? Will that help you all when you start to problem solve? And it may be too early to say that.
I know in buildings that I'm working with, they are gathering that they have that information. I'm not. That's deep in the weeds for where I need to know
And you
that.
all may not want to go that deep in
Yeah.
the weeds, particularly after you hear from the people that are owning this.
Right.
And they may be
Because
deep in it.
I don't think, because of what Rachel mentioned, we can, in this group, deal with the students' behavior. I think our focus has to be on when this is a situation for a teacher, what are we doing to keep that person safe so they don't get injured, or people, and then what are we doing to better serve that person when they have been hurt?
I mean, to gauge increase in frequency, we could look potentially just at the number of workman's comp claims that are related to student injury, just to see from year to year, is that number increasing? But I don't know that we necessarily need data-driven proof
No,
of
because
that.
I would say just the one, if I would just pick the one person I've been working with all year, I don't care if they're the only person in the district that this is happening to in their reality and in that classroom. It's happening all the time, every day, every week. And I think that it is happening, no case that I'm working with is exactly the same either. It's different situations, but the outcome as far as teachers not feeling safe and not feeling safe for their students, I don't think we have to quantify where that becomes a real concern. It's when I talk about it's increasing, I'm talking about the repetitiveness in one situation that might be occurring multiple times. But it's the fact that it's not just a one-time assault. It's a
Yeah.
Well, and I think
Every
just
day.
the number of people that are, or the number of cases of those in all the different buildings, like I think it's becoming more.
And once again, I think your principals in all those buildings would be well aware if that's happening in their building. I don't feel compelled in our position to go out and,
Yeah, it's not going to happen in my building without me knowing, because I'm there when it happens, so.
So who said they were going to take responsibility of inviting guests that are, okay? You always leave here with a lot of stuff on your plate, you and
he
Rachel.
usually gets it done really quickly.
Yeah, y'all do, you're great.
Yeah.
Okay. I know, right, that's, Rachel, Jill, you going to wrap us up here? Aw.
So I was just gonna, we talked about, sorry, I have information. So bringing back some of the prep time information on the 5th. Rachel was bringing back the MOU on the 11th. Revisiting staffing and caseloads on the 11th and revisiting this on the 11th. That's kind of summary of what we talked about today.
You'll send a link for the 5th, or have you sent a link for
In
the
the
5th yet?
spreadsheet.
I have not sent it yet. I will work on
No
that.
problem.
Do you have to use Ring Central or?
No, we've moved to Zoom. Ring Central's obsolete, removed from all of our computers. We use Zoom Gov, but it's compatible with whatever I click into, so.
I think we've had a productive day. I know we didn't end up with a lot of, check it completely off our lists, but I think we tackled some challenging conversations and.
I think we're getting to the tail end. I think we're getting to the tail end of most of the non-compensation issues.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. I will see you all's faces on the computer on April 5th, I guess.
Have a good time in Mexico.
Oh, I will.
Will you put your toes in the ocean for me?
Well, I was just.